Hello, everyone. A very good morning to you all. Welcome to the second lecture of Performance Management paper of ACCA. I hope all of you are doing well. If you have any queries or concerns, please feel free to share it with me so that I can address it for you all. And in the meanwhile, you can start off with a discussion on chapter number 1, that is managing information. Good to start? Perfect. Okay, so the chapter is managing information. So, as a accountant, as a management accountant, as a financial accountant, you deal with a lot of information, okay, with respect to the organization, with respect to the market that the company is in. So, it's like you deal with so much data and information. So, this chapter will help you understand how a company's accountant manages information, okay? So the first slide is on roles and benefits of information system. Now imagine the companies of mammoth sizes. So for example, if you take Flipkart, it's a big company, okay? And you have to understand that the system, the information system, what is an information system? The information system is from where you derive the information to work on it, right? Information is collected there, it is processed and stored, and it can be retrieved for consumption, for usage. So, company like Flipkart, a company of that scale, how big its information system would be, how robust its information system would be, because it cannot be manual. You cannot expect the information system of a big, huge company like Flipkart to be a manual system. It is automated. Okay. So it's not like all information systems have to be automated, but just understand what is an information system, all the data. So if you are shopping on Flipkart, so all your data is stored, whatever information you would have provided to the company or on the app, it is stored on their databases. Okay. So what is this? Your, what details could it be? Your name, your gender, your age, your city, right? Your spending habits, because there is a ongoing analysis process which keeps going on the basis of what you are searching for. Okay, so all of this is tracked. Where will it be tracked? Where you are clicking, what you are viewing, it's counted as an impression. So all of that data is counted for it, all of that data is counted for. Okay, so that it can be used for different purposes. So for example, so if you're applying for a credit card, so there is the co-branded card of Flipkart, right? You might have it, might not have it, but there is a Flipkart Access co-branded card. If you shop using that, you get a 5% cashback on it. Now understand, it's not like a plain vanilla application process. You click on something, you land on a page, then you fill up those details, and then accordingly, it is sent for approval. You get the approval, you get the card. It's a long drawn process. And in this process, it's not like you are being tracked only when you get a card. Everyone who is clicking on the link, okay, what part of the screen they are seeing, till where they scroll or where they face issues. Sometimes you would have seen on apps, they hang. Okay. So, the app also tracks this, where the user faced any type of an issue. Where will all of this be stored? It will be stored in an information system. Okay. So what does it say? An information system is a combination of hardware, okay, software, and communications capability. Why communications capability? Because it has to be retrieved for consumption. Na? Otherwise, it's just storing. What use would it be? If the information system doesn't have any communication capability, it doesn't mean talking, but it means to be able to connect to a network or to be connect to a input output device. And that is what communication capability is. So an information system is a combination of hardware, software, and communications capability where information is collected, processed, and stored. So, millions of orders. So there is this. Since we're talking about the Flipkart example, um, you would know that there is this event called Big Billion Days, right? It happens during the Navratri season before Diwali. You know what? Millions of orders get placed in a second. In a second, I'm saying. So that information, if the information system is not capable enough that, the product, this SKU has to be delivered to this person, right? So, one sec. Yeah. So, that product has to be delivered to this person. That how will the system tell the users? It is all automated. A system, when you place an order, all of these get triggered, and the warehouse is informed. Okay, Flipkart warehouse is informed that this particular product has been asked by X user. Okay, so all of these information get triggered. You get real time updates that the order is being placed, the order has been confirmed, the order is out for delivery, the order is delivered. So what is this information system doing? Information system is also communicating it to you, right? So that is what the overall structure of an information system is. Understood? Did you understand now, Shrey? So communication capability is not about talking, it is about communicating all the necessary things which are happening, the processes that are happening, the output that gets sent out to the different users. So if the warehouse gets informed, who is informing them? So is someone calling from the Flipkart office to the warehouse that this person has placed an order? No, it's the information system that is doing the communication. All right. So the title of this exam is Performance Management, Management Accounting, and Information Systems. I hope now you understand how much data there is to deal with in big companies. So management accounting and information systems play a vital role in performance management because they provide the information that managers use as a basis for planning, control, decision making, and measuring performance. So I'll tell you something. So since we're continuing on the example of Flipkart only, so I used to work in the fintech vertical. Now, which co-branded card is a part of the fintech vertical only. Now, you know what we used to track? We used to track the businesses at the number of views that come on the store page where the credit card is displayed. Then how many people clicked on it. That's called inits. And then after initiating, how many people submitted their application? Okay. And then after submission, it goes to the bank for approval. Now, during this entire process, this data is getting captured in an information system. We used to retrieve that data. And then, it used to be tracked on a daily basis what the trend has been. So, for example, 1 lakh people view the store page on a daily basis. But then someday, that it dropped to 20,000. What would it mean? That there is some system issue going on because the trend cannot change overnight, that on a daily basis average 1 lakh people were viewing the store page. Now it has come down to 20,000. So what does it help us to do? It helps us to control, correct? And in a similar way, what next is what? Planning. So on the basis of the trends, we can plan. So for example, like during the big billion day sale, the store UVs, unique views is called UVs. So store unique views, they go up, in multitudes. So you have to plan that the store page is robust enough, it is ready enough to handle that traffic. And then the bank is also aligned to process so many applications. So what are we doing on the basis of information? We are planning it. Control, I gave you the example that we can track, and wherever there is a deviation, we can take corrective action. Decision making. So I'll tell you an example here. So we see that users, they face a lot of users drop off from the application page when they are shown so many details to fill. So what we decided is we did some sort of an internal integration whereby the user, when provided his name, some of his details, whichever were available in the Flipkart database, they got auto-filled. So what did we do? We did some decision making on the basis of the data which was being provided by the information system. What was the decision? That some of the fields in the application form got pre-filled because the user felt, why to key in so much information. So that is decision making. And lastly, it is measuring performance. Measuring performance is simple, straight, that after every day or after every week, we would measure the number of cards that got approved. So I hope now you can bridge the link entirely. How an information system, it helps in planning, control, decision making, and measuring performance. Each one of the aspects. That is the whole agenda of keeping an information system, because it is the backbone of the company. If the information system is not robust, the company will just fall off. So, why are information systems needed? Most organizations rely heavily, as I just explained to you with an example. Most organizations rely heavily on their information system, and some businesses cannot even function without their information system. Now, take an example of bank. Let's say you have an account with Access Bank. You are transacting every day. Every day you are spending UPI money. Somewhere you go on an auto, you somewhere spend, you buy chips. You're spending all of that data. I mean, spending all of that money. But you see, right? All of that data gets recorded. It shows in your bank statement also. From where is it coming? It is through their information system. Okay, so just start building these things in your mind. How an information system would be useful for a bank. I'm just telling you from the user's perspective. Now the same data, the spends that you're doing, the money that you receive in your bank account, all of this is being conveyed to you, or it is being communicated to you using the information system of the bank. Okay, so these organizations, like I told you, banks or the e-com company that we talked about, they cannot function without the information systems. Organizations require information system for a range of purposes, like number one, supporting operations, number two, supporting managerial activities. Supporting operations in the sense processing and recording transactions. I just told you an example. All the activities which you do in your bank account, the UPI spends that you're doing, it is doing what? It is getting processed. And accordingly, your bank balance gets reduced when you do a spending. So that is what processing information. When you spend some money on the UPI, the information got triggered to the bank. They processed it and debited your bank balance. That's called processing. And recording, they of course recorded it and gave it to you in the form of a bank statement. Okay. Apurva says information system can be the Google Voice activated feature of Google, which reflects ads or products as per our search and what we talk about. It's a very advanced information system only. You're right, Apurva. So you would have seen that when you talk about something, or I have faced it a lot of time. In fact, I'll be giving this example later also. Someday I was just it's a funny example. I was just talking to someone about Tarak Mehta show, okay? And I was like, I used to watch it once upon a time, but now I've stopped watching it. And you wouldn't believe, the very next day, I started seeing Tarak Mehta ads on my Facebook page. I was like, what? I was just talking to someone about it, and then the next day, my Facebook feed gets populated by Tarak Mehta feed. So it's hilarious. If you're talking about something and it starts showing on the app, and then all the different types of advertisements also. So similar to that, there is this brand called Plum. Okay, so its sales keep coming, and someday I was just discussing that I need to buy this. I'm waiting for the sale to come. And within a few days, their sale was also live. And then my feed got just trafficked with Plum ads. I was like, just, I can't, it's beyond your imagination what the phone is listening to and what it is processing and how it is helping their, parent companies to take targeted marketing and all. It's again, yes. So to start off with, yes, it is an information system that, it is a mode, Google Assistant or anything, all these hearing capabilities which the phone has. It is it is a mode to collect information. So this is what we wrote, right? Where information is collected, then processing happens. It is informed to the marketing teams that we have a prospective customer here. It is getting processed and then stored also, so for future references. So yes, you are right. It's working at different scale how the companies are using such artificial intelligence in their day-to-day activities, and that of course is supported by an information system. Okay, supporting operations we understood. Then supporting managerial activities, planning. We have discussed this, of course. Planning, control wherever there is a deviation and the information system raises an alarm that the number of, let's say, the applications have reduced drastically. So you can take a corrective action over there. Then decision making, performance measurement. So this we have discussed while we were reading this. So this is how information system supports managerial activities. Okay. Now let's just cover quickly. Okay, never think that you have to remember or memorize these definitions. It's just for your reference. There will never come a question, define planning. Never, never, never. It's just for your understanding that is mentioned here. So planning means formulating ways of proceeding. You know, how you want to proceed. Like I gave you an example of, we did some sort of a planning to reduce the number of fields, or, now we need to plan to handle the traffic that will come during the big billion days. So planning means formulating ways so that we are ready enough of how we should proceed. Decision making is what? Decision making means choosing between various alternatives. This and planning are virtually inseparable, because when you plan, you have to take some decisions out of it. Now, the planning happens and then accordingly you take decisions on the basis of it. So, this and planning are virtually inseparable. You decide to plan in the first place, and the plan you make is a collection of decisions. Okay. When you make a plan, you act on it. So that acting is what? Deciding something. That is decision making. And third is what? Control is used in the sense of monitoring something to keep it on course, like the controls of a car. I give you the example, wherever there's a deviation, so you keep on monitoring it and ensure that the things stay on track. Wherever there is a deviation, you check what caused that deviation and you bring it on track, not merely in the sense of imposing restraints or exercising power over something. So, control doesn't mean you are exercising power. It is about monitoring to ensure everything remains on track. Okay, so that is the three key words that we have learned: planning, decision making, and controlling. This is enabled by information systems of a company. Clear? Are you with me so far? Any doubts? So we have covered these two slides. What are information systems? Why are they needed? Okay. All right. So let's move to the next slide. Now, what are the benefits of information system? First few chapters, you have to bear with me. They will be completely theoretical, but I'll try to give examples so that you understand it better. But the first few chapters, 2, 3 chapters, they're purely mostly theoretical only. Okay, so what are the benefits of information systems? Information is now recognized as a valuable resource and a key tool in the quest for a competitive advantage. So, like we were discussing the example of this targeted marketing, right? Using, like, I gave you the example of Plum. So, this is how information is a valuable resource. So, they use the information, whatever information from wherever they got it, but they use this information to target me. That, Anushka Jain needs to be targeted for the sale of Plum products. So, that is a competitive advantage that they have got. I'm not getting the advertisements of other brands. I'm just getting it for Plum. So they got the information from me only, and now they started targeting me with that, with their marketing campaigns. So information is now recognized as a valuable resource and a key tool in the quest for a competitive advantage when your information system is good. So I'll give you an example. Whatever you search on the Flipkart app, okay, and sometimes you get what you want, sometimes you don't get what you want. And in that process, when you don't get what you want, even that information is stored, okay, so that later on the inventory can be accordingly made, so that that product which is being demanded by a lot of users, it gets provided. Maybe they're not getting it somewhere else, they want it on Flipkart, so that gives a competitive advantage to the company. For example, information on customers preferences can help inform businesses on what to produce. So, like I said, what to keep in the inventory, how to sell it, and so on. So that is one of the benefits of information system, that it gives a competitive advantage. Second is easy access to information. the quality that information and speedy methods of exchanging the information have become essential elements of business success. Of course, now, if the information system doesn't have adequate communication capabilities, okay, it's just storing the data. Is it of any use? No. The information system also has a communication capability whereby the users can extract the necessary data, they can retrieve the necessary data. So this is what a feature of information system, that there is ease of access. Whenever we wanted to see the data, it was a ready dashboard that we used to see. It's not like we did some sort of a very big mental crunching to get the data that we are looking for. There were proper databases to provide us that data. There were proper dashboards that used to give us the necessary data. So this is what a capability of information system, that it has, to process the data and display it. So this enables easy access to information, the quality of that information, and speedy methods, because we have to be on our toes to take to take the necessary decisions. So speedy methods of exchanging the information have become essential elements of business success. For example, a business that has a timely information on how well a product is being received by customers can react quickly to ensure that the inventory is sufficient and the demand is met. Okay, so just imagine during the Big Billion Day sale, there is so many orders of iPhone that gets placed, right? It's like people wait for the Big Billion Day sales to purchase their iPhone. So, what has the information system enabled the company to do? That they plan their inventory with their sellers. Whoever is selling the iPhone on the marketplace, they plan their inventory such that the necessary demand can be met. So that is what they are accessing the information. The quality of the information is reliable, and then there is a speedy method of exchanging the information with the necessary sellers. Okay, so that is a benefit of information system. Benefit number 3 is organizations that make good use of information in decision making and which use new technologies to access, process, and exchange information are likely to be the best placed to survive in increasingly competitive world markets. Of course, survival of the fittest. If you know how to use the information in the best possible manner, only then you can survive. It's a cutthroat competition in the market for every company, for every company. So if you have the capabilities, advanced technology to access and work on that information, then only you will be able to survive. For example, many taxi firms now take bookings via a mobile phone app. Uber, Ola, and in fact, seeing the success of Uber, Ola, so many local players also made apps. And in fact, I'll tell you, so I was in Bangalore, right? And I was just amused to see the type of apps that are there in the market today. There was an app uh, which you can use to walk your pets. Okay, like you just have to make an appointment. Someone will come and they will take your dog to take them on a walk. Then Namma Yatri app, yes, Vaishnav. So in the way that the local auto walas, just imagine local auto walas, they made this app, Namma Yatri, because they did not want to give a commission cut to Ola or Uber. So they made it on their own. Just imagine how well they are using the information. Okay, and of course the tech capabilities, because using tech is so important to thrive in a business. Okay, then there were apps for booking hourly support or help for home. So if your housemate is not coming, you can book an hourly person who will come and wash your dishes also. So it's another level crazy, the type of apps that are being made in our country today. And of course, if you would watch Shark Tank, it's my mind gets blown by how much people are thinking smart, and they're using the information sources and working on it to create value. Okay, and that's how they get so much good valuations for their businesses also. So that's how it is. For example, many taxi firms now take bookings via a mobile phone app, which can report real-time locations and calculate prices in advance based on current traffic conditions. Of course, so now we of course know this, that Uber, Ola, they track the traffic and accordingly. So if you book a cab during the office hours from one place to another, the fare will normally be higher. So they will say also fares are slightly higher due to increased traffic. And then when you book it during night time or an early morning slot, the fares for the same distance, they get reduced. How is it happening? Because their information system is smart enough to calculate the fares or the time that it will take to travel from one place to another and the fuel consumption that will happen. And accordingly, they calculate the fares, right? So that is a very good use of information. So in this way, they are benefiting themselves also, and the user also feels, that they have paid a fair amount to the driver. This is the benefit of information system. I hope it is clear. Any doubts in this slide? Anything that you could not understand? Now you want to share your inputs also. If it is fine, then we'll move to the next slide. Clear now? All right, perfect. So then let's move to the next one, and that talks about cost of information system. So setup costs for a new system include hardware and software costs, implementation costs associated with development and installation, and day-to-day, that is the running costs, such as salaries, accommodation. So when you're setting up a new information system, just imagine the type of hardware investment that you'll have to make. Software has to be powerful enough to process that much information. Implementation costs, talking to a professional who will be helping you with the implementation of the software. Installation, it's like purchasing a full-blown, machinery, that you're taking a machinery, you are setting it up, installing it, running it. So it's similar to that. Many organizations invest large amounts of money in information systems, but not always wisely. The unmanaged proliferation of IT is likely to lead to expensive mistake. Two key benefits of information, the ability to share information and the avoidance of duplication, are likely to be lost. So always, whenever you're making an investment, you make a cost benefit analysis, right? That by spending so much, I'm going to get this much benefit over the years. But if you are not spending wisely, then there will be a mismatch of the costs and the benefits. So the benefits that you're going to get, they are going to be lost in the process if you make a mistake in terms of taking the right information system. So all IT expenditure, therefore, should require approval to ensure that it enhances rather than detracts from the overall information strategy. Okay, it means what? That there should be proper level of hierarchy who approves the acquisition of an information system software. Software and hardware, of course, both. So effective budgeting may be required to keep costs under control. Particularly, the purchase of new equipment, an activity-based approach may be appropriate. So there should be a proper budget for acquisition of an information system. There should be a proper cost-benefit analysis done before taking this big decision, because it will be a heavy expenditure for the company and you cannot afford to make a mistake out of it. Clear? So that is the concept, pretty simple only. Just wherever I might not ask you every time that if it's clear, wherever you get stuck, just ask it to me and I will address your doubt. Okay. So now let's understand what are the different types of information cost. So we understood here, right, that information system involves cost. So what are the different costs? Let's understand that. The cost of to an organization of the collection, processing, and production of internal information can be divided into three types. So what does it mean? We understood that an information system is involved in collection, processing, production, communication of the information to the necessary users. So there will be a lot of costs in this process. And these costs can be divided into three types. Number one is direct data capture costs. Number two, process costs. Number three, indirect costs of internal information. Okay. So what is a direct data capture cost? Let's understand it through the multiple examples. So use of barcoding and scanners. So whenever you shop in a supermarket, do they manually just type in the name of the product? I'm talking about big scale markets, not the local kirana shops. I'm talking about the big supermarkets. Whenever you purchase something, there is a barcode scanner, right? They just scan the label of the product and they mark out the inventory, that this inventory has gone out of our store. So, and then the rate also gets picked up. From where is the scanner getting the rate? It's all through their database. It's all through their information system. That whenever they scan a particular label, it is understood that this product has a cost of this much price. I mean, it has a price of this much, and that gets displayed in the invoice also. So, what is it? A direct data capture cost. So, using barcoding and scanners example in retailing and manufacturing. Okay, it's a avenue to capture the data. What is it capturing? That this particular item is moving out of the inventory. So there is a stock out that is happening on the basis of the data that gets scanned by a barcode reader. Okay. Next is use of OCR, that is optical character recognition, to capture data from printed documents. OCR, it's used in check processing also. When you submit a check, there's an OCR that's there, optical character recognition, that happens at the bank side, and the necessary payment happens. So that is what it is. OCR devices capturing the information from a check that you would have signed. So that is again a direct data capture cost. From where does the bank know which account to debit, which account to credit? That's all through a data capture that happens through the OCR devices. Then number 3 is use of ICR. That's intelligent character recognition, to capture data from handwritten documents. Okay. OMR sheets also, yes, it's a variant of OCR only. It's a printed document. Now, intelligent character recognition to capture data from handwritten documents. So, OCR's advanced version is ICR. So, whereby it's not like a proper printed document, not printed characters. It's a handwritten characters that can be read by the system. So, there are devices which do that, and it also is doing what? Capturing the information. These are all direct data capture costs. And lastly, use of RFID tags. Do you know about RFID tags, anyone? Use of RFID tags to identify, locate, and track. Let's see if anyone of you knows what RFID is. Can you please tell me what an RFID is? All of you would have seen it. All of you would have seen it. Absolutely right. The tags used on clothes is something that I was referring to as an example. That is what? It's an RFID tag. Do you know that? Okay, so this is the tag which also prevents theft in the shops. So that tag is attached to a cloth, and unless and until the counter person, it removes the tag, and without removing the tag, if you try to move out of the store, the alarms will start blaring. So what is it? It is an RFID tag. It helps to identify that this product belongs to the store. And locate and track also. So I'll tell you, these are some GPS tags. So now I'll give you an example of the liquor industry here. I hope all of you know how expensive liquor is, and it all gets transported in trucks only. Now imagine if the truck driver, he takes the truck, he's driving, and he feels that, I think I should just steal it. Okay? Because he can make a lot of money out of it. What will happen? He'll just beat out, and he'll go somewhere with the truck. The liquor gets lost. And in this process, the company faces a loss. So what companies do actually is that they fit their trucks with RFID tags. So what does this RFID tag helps the company to do is they are able to track the vehicles where they are going real-time basis. And if the driver tries to do any type of a detour, he can be held immediately. Okay. And in fact, there are some jammers also that if there is any type of a detour happening, the system, the truck system, it gets jammed. So he cannot proceed any further. So such amazing technologies are there. And all of these are what? Different ways to capture the data. That where is the truck going? That is tracking vehicles. Similarly, staff example I'll give you in for jewelry shops. There is jewelry shops, or you can say hospital staff also. So if they are looking for a particular staff or doctor or nurse for an operation or for an important procedure, using the RFID tags, it can be known that this person is in this lobby, and they can be called on immediately. So these are the multiple uses of RFID tags. Now let me read the messages that I've got here. Wheels as a company which provides these services, trucks will not start. Absolutely right. So this is the advanced technology that I was talking about. That the trucks will, they jam. They will not be able to move ahead if there is any type of detour that happens. And this is all tracked using RFID devices. Perfect. So let me show you a video on RFID tags. If they make stops also, na Shrey, that also gets tracked. That the driver is making, unplanned stop somewhere. So if they're stopping the vehicle, and also I'll tell you, these are logged. These are locked by, devices which you cannot open with a normal key. It's all using, proper passwords. Okay. Yes, they cannot be logged after leaving the warehouse and before it reaches the necessary spot wherever they want to go. So that is the advanced level of technology that is being used. Okay. I'll show you a short video now. And there is this topic on RFID which will come later on also. So we'll watch a detailed video later. For the timing, I'll show you a short video. Let me know if you can't see or hear the video. I'm going to play it now, okay? It's on RFID technology.
RFID technology is everywhere, and today Kestronics, with the help of Zebra's range of RFID products, are going to explain to you how using RFID can simplify and streamline your business. We begin our journey in clothing manufacturing. Rain RFID tags are attached to garments. These tags look like a standard tag, but hold a transmitter which helps to book stock in, speed up the stock take, and more. Now manufacturing is done and it's on to distribution. When stock is brought into the warehouse, there's no need to check in every item manually, as the fixed RFID antenna picks up the signals from the Rain RFID labels to confirm if the box you have received on the shipment is correct. This gives you more time for other jobs or even a cheeky tea break. You used to only have time to do a stock take once a year. If your items have Rain RFID labels, you can do a stock take once an hour, once a day, or as many times as you need. Ultra-high frequency RFID readers can detect up to 900 items per second and automatically log them into your computer system. Previously, you relied on looking up SKUs and working out how many of one size or color you had. Now, size, color, and style can all be logged just by walking up and down an aisle. But don't worry, you don't have to be an expert to
I hope you understood the use case of RFID tags. It was a short video just to, whoever hasn't seen those tags, they will also now understand what these tags are. Okay, so that is about the direct data capture costs. Now, next, what we have is the processing cost of an information system. Payroll department time spent processing and analyzing the personal cost. Personal cost meaning the salary basically. So there is a payroll department which would be working or processing the data. So the number of days worked, all of that will be provided by the system. So there are attendance devices in offices which capture your in time, out time, what days you came in. So that's done by a system, but there is someone, they will process it also. In some ways, these attendance devices, they process the data also and they give it to the personnel department. Now that personnel department again then works on the data necessary deductions that they might have to do, or some sort of an advance that needs to be paid to the employee. So all of that processing is done by the payroll department. So that is a process cost, the time spent by the payroll department on the data. Then time for personnel to input data, example in relation to production, onto the MIS, Management Information System. So, some systems, they're not completely or 100% automatic. Somewhere it, requires inputs from the human side also. So that is what processing cost, the time spent by the personnel or by the staff to input the data wherever systems cannot capture it. So that is processing cost. Number 3 is indirect cost of producing information. Here we have information collected but not needed. I'll tell you an example. So a lot of data gets collected. So forget big companies, while you are studying. No, not studying. Actually, let's just talk about a company only. A lot of data gets collected, a lot of reports get prepared, but it's not like all of those reports or all of the data which has been collected is useful. Sometimes useless data also gets recorded in the process or collected in the process. So that is a cost because time would have been spent on that also. System capability has been spent on that also, storage cost or maybe the collection cost, all of that has got incurred. So that wastage is called indirect cost of producing information because you have collected something that you do not need. Okay. Then information stored long after it is needed. So you have stored the data belonging to 20 years back. Okay. A lot has changed over those 20 years. Do you really think the data which you have saved for 20 years back, it will be useful today? That 20 years is it's subjective, but I'm giving you a reference that you are storing such old data which will never come handy to you again. You're just using up the space and memory and everything of the information system. Again, that is an indirect cost of producing information because you're storing something long after it is needed. There will never come a day when you're going to use the data which you stored 20 years back. It's like you're storing your class 1, class 2 notebooks thinking that someday in my BCom career, I will need them. It's mindless thinking. Okay. Then number 3, it's information disseminated more widely than necessary. It doesn't seem very big as of now, but I'll tell you, it's very big as a cost. There are proper recipients of an information piece. It's not like every information is to be communicated to everyone. There are proper recipients, and information should only be communicated to them, not to the entire world. Okay. Just one second. I'll come back to your doubt, right? So what you are doing is when you're disseminating, when you're spreading, disseminating means what? When you're spreading the information, when you're sending out the information to a lot of users, that also requires cost. Okay. So that is an indirect cost if your recipient list is not fine-tuned to the requirement of the information. Because if you're sending the information to someone who doesn't even read it, who doesn't even need it, you're just spending money. So that is an indirect cost of producing information. So Apurva says, ma'am, how can storage cost it's just placed in your computer. Storage has a big cost in big companies, Apurva. In fact, when you're purchasing a computer, a part of the amount that you have, paid for the computer, it goes for the storage. You would have seen if you buy a 256 GB mobile phone versus when you buy a 512 GB mobile phone, the rates are different. Right, Apurva? So what you are doing is you're paying for that additional storage. That is what the cost of storage is. You have paid to, store your information somewhere. You're storing your photos on your mobile phone, no? That is a cost. You don't realize what you have paid for it when you purchase the mobile phone. Yes? Okay. Example number 4 over here is collection of same information by more than one method. So your systems, the way in which you have given out roles and responsibilities to the different individuals, it's not very standard. It's being done by, it's, like it is happening in a Lala company, that Mr. X is also doing something and Mr. Y is also doing something similar. There is duplication of work, and of course, when there is duplication of work, the data which they are needing, which they are capturing in their systems, that is also getting duplicated. So that is a cost to the company, that their systems are not standardized. There is no clear responsibility of who is supposed to do what, and some people are doing repetitive jobs and doing repetitive collection of data. That is an indirect cost. I hope you realized all of these indirect costs are nothing but wastage that is happening in a company. And similarly, duplication of information. X is also, collecting and storing the information. Y is also collecting and storing the same information. Information storage is getting used up. Storage cost is happening. Collection cost is happening. And then processing will also be, it will require more power. So it's all costs. It's all wastage costs that are happening because of unplanned use of information. Okay. So that is the indirect costs. I hope all of you were able to understand. So what are the 3 different types of costs? We understood the different direct capture cost, like the use of OCR machine, ICR machine, RFID tags, okay, barcode scanners. These are all direct data capture costs. Second, we have the processing cost, the time, required by the payroll department, or the time for the different personnel, the different staff to input the necessary data. That is all processing cost. Then number 3 is indirect cost of producing information. So as I said in a short way, it is all the wastage that is happening. Right? Any doubts over here in this topic? The different costs of information system? Is it all clear? All right, perfect. So the next topic that we have is how can information be shared? Okay. How can information be shared? Communicating information is much easier when computers are connected to form a network. Now forget all of these technical things. Just understand, I am taking a class, sitting here, and you are sitting in different parts of the country. Okay. We are communicating with each other. How is that even happening? Because we are in a network, we are using Wi-Fi technology. So I am connected to the World Wide Web, you are all connected to the World Wide Web. So we are a part of a network, and therefore we are able to communicate with each other. We are able to share information with each other. So communicating information is much easier when computers are connected to form a network. Various forms of network can be formed, global in the form of internet. So we are all connected to the internet. That's a network. Internet, net in it stands for network. We are all part of a network. That is why we are able to communicate and share the information. I'm sharing these slides with you over the call. So that is a type of a network, and local in the form of intranet. So I'll tell you what intranet is. So big organizations, now understand, you cannot be relying on internet for all your internal data needs. It has to be on an internal network, not which is available to the entire world. So that internal data, it gets shared using it gets shared within the organization using the intranet. It's like a LAN. You would have known, you would have heard about it. And those of you who are working, you would already know. So this is the LAN, local area network, whereby the connected devices are communicating with each other. And no one external to that network can access that information. It is only for the necessary connected computers of that network. It is not available to the external users. Yes, like banking software, a lot of all the companies, they use intranet only because they have that data which is, which is supposed to be accessible only to the internal users. Yes, all the big companies, they use intranet. That's, levels of intranet could be different. Some smaller companies could be using a very simple LAN network, whereby they are using cables to connect to a common network. And some of the bigger companies, they might be using a network like a Wi-Fi technology for connecting to the intranet also. So the level of intranet could be different, but all the companies, they need a local network just to share the information which is internal to the company and which they do not want people on the internet to know. Okay. Wireless technology covered below facilitates mobile networking. Mobile networking doesn't mean your cell phone. Mobile networking, like you can be on the move and still be able to connect. So I am connected to my laptop is connected to the internet using Wi-Fi. I'm not connected using a wire cable. So that is facilitating mobile network. If I'm sitting here in the dining area, whether I'm sitting in my study area, whether I'm sitting in my bedroom, I can connect to the Wi-Fi from anywhere. That facilitates mobile. Mobile meaning facilitating movement. So facilitates mobile networking. Okay. Now let's understand what networks are. It's very basic. This chapter is very simple and basic. Just let me know wherever you get stuck or wherever you want to share your examples also, please do that in the chat box. So networks, computers which are connected and can send information together are networked. Like my laptop is connected to the internet, your laptop is connected to the internet. So we are communicating with each other. So there is a network which is facilitating that. This boosts efficiency and productivity with some computers within the network dedicated to file storage. Now let's come a little step ahead. Uh, in a big company, there are proper, computers which are dedicated just to storage. It's not like there is local storage in all the computers. There is a common central storage computer whereby different computers can access that central data storage. I'll give you an example here. So, like I am a team of 8 people here. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. I was just coming to that only, Yash. Like shared drives. So we have a team of 8. Now, all of these 8 people need some common information. Now, one way could be that I store it in my laptop, my team member stores it in his laptop, other team member also stores it in laptop. So there are 8 copies of the same information. Now, please understand, information is not static. I am working on that information. My team member is also working on that information. So many different versions will get created. Okay. So rather than doing that, what we do, we will dedicate a common drive for storage only, where all of us can access it and make the necessary changes there itself. Okay. So that is what network dedicated, a computer network within a network dedicated to storage mean. That it's not like everyone is storing the data. There is one place where all the data, with respect to the team or with respect to the company. I give you a very small example, but that can happen for a company at large also. So all of that data gets stored centrally. Okay. Pen drive cannot be a shared drive. No, because you attach the pen drive to this system, right? And then you take it out and then you work somewhere else on it. So I cannot work on it together. It's not a dedicated I can, in other ways, it will be like I'll have to make multiple iterations of it, and then I can call it storage also. I cannot do a real time update. I'll have to just plug it in, plug it out, plug it in, plug it out, and then different users will work on it. So it's not like right to say that there's a servers, because what I'm trying to say is a server. Okay, but what you are saying is not a server. Pen drives cannot be a server where all of the users can access the data together, right? Sharing through WhatsApp, Shreya, I did not understand the example. Sorry. Can you please elaborate? How sharing example? WhatsApp group you're saying? WhatsApp group. No, these are not somewhere you can work on the data, no? You have to understand you're working on the data. You're working on the files. Okay, Google Drive is absolutely right. Google Drive is a storage device. Okay, so that is what it means. Like Outlook cannot be a storage again. Outlook also, it's not a storage device. Outlook is for you only. Like your Outlook, it will be marked to you. It will not be marked to the different users. You will be the recipient of the mail. So again, Outlook is also not a correct example. OneDrive is a correct example. Google Sheets is not an example of a storage device. It's an application. Understand the difference. It's an application whereby you're working together, the calculations you are doing together, but it's not a storage device per se. Can you store other files on it? No, you cannot, right? So hold on. Everyone, please hold on. Let's just go through it again. Let's go through it again. So what is happening here? Computers which are connected and can send information together are network. So let me know wherever you're getting confused. So what does it mean that I am connected? My laptop is connected to a network. My team member's laptop is connected to a network. Everyone's laptops are connected to a network. Okay. And we can all exchange information. But now what we're trying to say is that in some companies, there are dedicated computers just in that network only. Let me just show it to you on an Excel. Wait a sec. Okay. Now understand there is this network. There is this common network for all. Okay. And all of these people mentioned here, A, B, C, D, E, I, F, G, H, I, all of these are different people who all are connected to this common network. Okay. So he is also connected. Then all of them are connected to this network. So similarly, I'll time on this, but please understand they are able to exchange information within each other. What I was trying to tell you is, and they are working on some common information. Okay, just I'm going very slow. Let me know wherever you get confused. So all of them, Mr. A, B, C, D, I, F, G, H, I, all of them, they have common information requirements. Okay. Now, one thing is that they could have copied and stored all of it on their personal drives because their laptops will also have some common drives. I mean, sorry, not common drives, they're storage drives. But there is a common requirement of information for all the users. So rather than making multiple copies, iterations, and then merging them all together, it will be a very tedious and actually an impossible exercise because Mr. A might create a version, Mr. G might create another version. How will they know which is the correct version or which is the final version to be looked out for? So, what they do is that they make a common storage device. It's like a common drive. You would have used a common shared Google Drive, shared OneDrive, whereby all of these users, so this storage drive is also a part of this network, and all these different users, they can also access this common storage whereby there are files which can be accessed by everyone. Just understand, like, there are different users. There is one storage, common storage area, which is a part of the network. Whoever is a part of this common network, they can access this storage area. They can store their files there. They can work on the files there. They can retrieve the files from there. That's why all of you are, giving, irrelevant examples. WhatsApp is not somewhere where you can store the data. You can retrieve the data, and that is commonly accessible to all. Can you work on the file over there? You cannot. It's like you can send the information. It's a mode of exchange. WhatsApp is an incorrect example. Similarly, Google Sheet is not an example. You are not able to store files on Google Sheet. It's just an application whereby you are working similar to WhatsApp. These are all applications. Storage is a device. It's an area whereby all the necessary files get stored and then you can retrieve it. Okay? Is it clear now? In fact, WhatsApp also uses a storage. You would have done it. You might not know it. You would have done it when you started the app. You would have linked your Google ID over there. The storage does not happen on WhatsApp. It gets stored on Google only. Just go and check. Open, all of you open your WhatsApp app, and then you go to settings, and then you go to storage and data. Okay. All of, and then what is it? What does it say? Manage storage. 1 second now. I'm just trying to show you. It will show where the data is stored. 1 second. You would have mentioned your email ID over there. Where is the backup showing now? Backup. It's actually available at the backup place. Yeah. I got it. I got it. Chat backup. Huh? Go to this chats, and then you click on backup. Just scroll down and click on chat backup. And there you would see a Google account. That is your own Google account. So storage is not happening on WhatsApp. The entire backup of the files that you have shared is happening on your Google account. And you would be seeing your size of backup also. So for example, for me, it is showing as 2.9 GB. So that much storage of my Google account, WhatsApp has taken. Understood the difference now? So WhatsApp is not a storage device. It's just a communication medium. It's not a storage device. Google account is a storage device because, and that is not a network storage. It's just for you. What I'm trying to explain is different users, they can access a common storage. That's what I was trying to explain. Is it clear? Are you able to follow me now? Google Cloud is a correct example. Google Cloud is a correct example. Video is lagging. Let me check what happened. All right, all right. Just give me 1 second. I'll check my internet. So there seems to be, I mean, the internet seems to be a little slow. Let me change thing. Let me try changing my internet. Just give me 1 second. I think now the speed should be fine. I've just reset the settings here. Let me know if it pauses again or lags again. I hope it is fine now. I've just tested the speed also. It seems fine, working at full speed. Is it fine for everyone? Are you all able to hear me? It's showing super fast right now. All right, perfect, perfect. Okay, coming back to where I was. Yeah. So did you all understand the difference now? Storage, it's like a common storage which all the different people on the network can access and work on. Okay. So let's come back to the slides. So this boosts efficiency and productivity with some computers within the network dedicated to file storage known as file servers. These are servers. Google is providing server in service, okay? Or other dedicated services such as printing. Now, common printers can also be used. You would be knowing now when you have worked in offices, you would know that it's not like there are private printers for everyone. All of who are a part of a common network, they can access the common printer facility. That's possible because of a network. Okay. uh yes, Akhil, you will be able to attend the lectures. I mean, you can watch the recorded classes later on. It's okay, no problem. Yes, access cards. They are configured in a way. There is a transmitter in access card, which works only if you are in a particular network. Okay, then only the access card gets recognized. It's not like your access card, your organization, your company access card, you can use anywhere in the world. It's not going to work like that. Whenever there is a device which scans your access card, it's there in that particular network, only then you can access the company's premises. So it's all happening because of a network. Now others could be charged with performing major number crunching tasks. These server computers are usually stored in a dedicated room in a secure location. So those big servers, you would have seen the photos of Facebook servers. Let me show it to you once. Have a look at this. There, these are just the servers of Facebook. Yes. Number crunching task in the sense that, complicated, very complicated calculations are happening on the server. Just look at this now. There's a proper big facility just for the servers of Facebook. Just search that, only Facebook servers. So a lot of the complicated processing, it happens in the servers itself, so that the other systems, they are free of all those requirements. Okay, the servers are capable enough, they are strong enough to handle the data, to process the complicated calculations and provide the necessary output to the users. Okay, so this is just to show you how big these servers are for Facebook. This is how the data center looks like. Just imagine it's just a big storage area for Facebook. Okay, so I come back. So others could be charged with performing major number crunching tasks, basically performing calculations, the complicated calculation tasks. These server computers are usually stored in a dedicated room in a secure location. So I just showed you, right, how the Facebook servers look like. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just put a photo, one of the photos in the deck itself. No, no, no. It's not like all the companies have such big servers. No, it's just imagine now Facebook is a big communicating community, a global community. So that's why they have got such big servers. Otherwise, it's not like all the companies have such big servers. Not needed also. I'll just put one of the photos in the slide here. And put another one which says, okay, it's fine. Yeah. So I hope you understood that these server computers are usually stored in a dedicated room in a secure location. So what are the main benefits of a network? Now, please, let's just try to summarize what we have talked about. We are talking about the network. Don't get confused. There was just one point that talked about storage. That is a common storage area inside a network. Okay, what are we talking about? We are talking about how can information be shared. It can be shared through a network. Okay, and what is a network? It is a connection of different devices which everyone can access. Okay, so what are the main benefits? What are the main benefits of a network? Okay, number one is resource sharing, file sharing, or sharing hardware such as a printer. So I told you, right, different devices or different laptops on a computer, on a network, they can all access a common printer. So that is one of the benefits. It's resource sharing. It's not just file sharing, it's about the hardware sharing also. Second is storage requirement reduction. When there is a common storage, okay, it is being facilitated by a network only, now that common storage can be accessed by so many different users. So when there is this storage, common storage, the requirement of storage at the individual level, it gets reduced drastically. So example, storing shared files on a central server. As I gave you an example of Mr. ABCD, all of them getting connected to common network and they're using a common storage. Then software cost reduction, example, single license on a central server. So, like SAP license, SAP is an accounting software. So that license is being procured centrally and it is being shared across all the laptops connected on that network. Okay. So these are the benefits of a network. Any doubts over here? Any point that you're not understanding on the slide? Anything that I said you're not able to understand? So I'll just summarize it once again. What are we discussing? How can information be shared? It can be shared through a network. What is a network? Whereby different computers are connected and they're able to communicate with each other. One of the facets is that there is a common storage which can be accessed by all the users on the network. Okay. So fax machines, just like printers, Apurva, they can be accessed by the different users on the network together. It's not like different fax machines are needed for each of the users. A common fax machine could be used by the different computers connected on the network. So yes, it can also become, it's not. So just understand, printer standalone is not something which is facilitating a network. When it becomes a part of the network, which facilitates access by the different users, then it becomes a part of a network base. Similar, just exactly like that is the example of fax machines. Yes, Tally software, just like I gave you the example of SAP, similarly, Tally. It can also be, installed on a common server and then it can be accessed by the different users of that server. Is it clear now, everyone? Any doubts in the slide? Perfect. All right. Then what we discussed was networks. Now, different types of networks can be there. Now, first one that we have to talk about is intranet, something that I already spoke about. What is an intranet? A cluster of computers can be networked together to form an organization-wide network. That intranet is accessible only to the people of the organization, not so. For example, like let's say there is a network of Reliance Industries. That network is restricted only to Reliance. Now, can I, being an outsider, access what the employees of Reliance are accessing? No, I cannot. So that is because there is an intranet over there. All right. So that is an organization-wide network. This is known as an intranet and used to share information internally. Intranets are effectively private networks. Okay? Yes, like a LAN, local area network. So only people who have those cables and everything, that they only can connect to the common network. So that's like an intranet. So potential applications include company newspapers, what you want only the company folks to know. So company newspapers can be sent out using intranet. Induction material. And what is an induction material? When you are joining a company, okay, you have to know about the common rules, the SOPs, the norms of the company. So that is an induction material. Then online procedure. Anything that you want to do when you want to work online, you can do it through the intranet. And policy manuals, as I said, when you're joining a company, the different policies, SOPs that needs to be informed to the new employees, that can be sent out through an intranet. Employee web pages. So I'll tell you an example. So there are common, those of you who are working will be able to relate to it much more when I say this. So there are internal websites, I'll tell you, like your appraisal forms. So the appraisal forms are there on a website which is accessible just by the employees on the network of the company. Now, the appraisal forms, that is access which you fill up, which your manager approves, the your compensation structure in the company, all of that is available on the intranet only, in the in-house. You're right, Yash. On the in-house, the network of the company. So online procedure and policy manuals, employee web pages. So that's an example of employee web pages where individuals post details of their activities like their appraisal and progress. And internal databases of the corporate information store. Okay. Yes, I was actually talking about success factor only, Vaishnav. So success factor is an example of a site, a web page which is available on the intranet only. Can you access the success factor of your previous company? The answer is no. Okay. College online library to access certain data just for students of the university. Yes, you're right. Good example. I was telling from the corporate side. You've given a good example from the education side that yes, there are some library content which would be available only to the students of the university and it is not available to the external students. So that is an intranet. See, you need to be aware about these terms. Now imagine you are joining a company and you do not know about internet and intranet. It becomes a mockery now that you're working in a big, that you're joining in a big company and you do not know the difference between internet and intranet. I think now it is clear. Internet is which is accessible to all the people. Now I can also access google.com. You can also access google.com. Every one of us can access that. But I cannot access the files which are internal or which are on the intranet of, let's say, Reliance Industries. The success factor forms, the appraisal forms of their employees will be accessible only to the employees of their company, not to you and me. Okay. So that is intranet. Then next is wireless technology. Historically, networks would have been physically connected via cables, like I was giving you the example of cables. However, the development of portable computers and radio technologies has led to a wireless network that is Wi-Fi. Now, all of us are connected to the internet using a Wi-Fi. I cannot, because the link of that success factor, it was internal to the company. The web link, if you see of such websites, it will not be something that you can access on a normal, using a normal internet. It will not even open up. Okay. So they will ask for those credentials. Again, I'll not have those credentials now to access that network. Just understand. So that internet, wherever it is getting stored, the website, wherever it is placed, it will ask for credentials which I no longer have. I cannot access it. My ID password is a key to that platform. It's not like opening the web page. It's about being able to access the information that's lies behind that web page. I cannot do that anymore because I'm not a part of that network. My credentials, my ID password has been removed from there. Understood, Apurva? So that is why, yes, yes, yes. So once you start joining, when you start working also now, you will get to know all of this. For us also, once upon a time, it was like, what is, does that really even exist? But yes, it is true. So there are some web pages which can be accessed only if your ID and password are a part of that network. And when I've left the company, my ID password will be removed and all the accesses will be revoked. I cannot access it. So, for example, I'll tell you one more thing over here. So, I have got the bank account access, okay, of my current company. But that ID password is there on the common network of the company. So, only as long as I'm a part of this company, I will be able to access the bank accounts. Once I leave it, once I leave the company, that access will be revoked. And although the bank link is there on the app, my ID password has been revoked. I cannot open the door. It's like I cannot use the key anymore. That key has become old. Okay. So when you leave the organization, your credentials are removed from the network and you no longer access something which is just internal to the company. That's the purpose of intranet, to protect the confidential information. You don't want everything to become public, right? Okay, so coming to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is something that you all know about. Nothing to explain here. Wireless technology allows easier communication as Wi-Fi converts an internet signal into radio waves, which can then be picked up by devices. So it's like our devices have that capability to pick up the radio waves which are there in the environment around us, and they contain a wireless adapter. That is why they are able to do so. Okay. So again, don't get confused. Wireless technology, Wi-Fi is not a storage device or something. It's just a technology which enables access to intranet or to internet. It's not in itself, it's nothing. it's not past the years to the internet or the intranet. Okay. Next is the internet. So we have talked about intranet over here. Next, we have the internet. The internet is a global network connecting millions of computers. The internet is essentially a public network and hence allows communication with external stakeholders such as other businesses. Computers across the world communicate via telecommunications link, and information can be exchanged through email or through accessing and entering data via a website. Over 10% of the sales in the second quarter of 2019 in the US were via e-commerce. So just understand the sales are happening on the internet now. So it shows that how much people are starting to rely on the internet. So their sales, 10% of the sales in the second quarter of this, it happened just via e-commerce. Okay. So that's about the internet. Then comes one step ahead of internet, and that is extranet. So we talked about intranet, we talked about internet. Extranet is when you extend the intranet. What is an intranet? Something, the network, the data on the network, which is accessible only to the employees of the company. But when you want some dedicated users outside of the companies, they are not employees of the company. For example, your suppliers or your customers, you want them to access your information, then that can be enabled through an extranet. Okay. Yes, like a VPN. I'll come to it. Just listen, hear me out. An extranet is a form of internet that authorized parties outside the organization. So I'll tell you, suppliers and customers. And why will you want to give access to suppliers and customers? I'll give an example. So you have a very big automated system of production. Okay. As in, whenever we have whenever the inventory levels fall below a certain level. Okay, let's say I am in the business of manufacturing cars. Whenever the inventory levels of tires fall below a certain mark, let's say the inventory is now just left for 2 days consumption, what my system will do, all the in stock what is happening on the system, so system knows that just 2 days inventory is left. It will want to trigger an automatic order to our supplier of tires that you please supply us this. Okay. So you don't want it to happen manually. It's not like you want someone to call up the supplier and tell them that, boss, I want to place this order. Not like that. You want it to happen in an automatic manner. So what will happen is the supplier will have to be given an access to our internal system, the production system, so that whenever the inventory falls below that level, an automatic alarm goes to the supplier. And that is possible only through extranet. What you have done, you have opened up the intranet, you have given some portals to others to access that intranet, so that whatever necessary part is there for them, they can access it and work on it. So an extranet is a form of intranet that authorized parties outside of the organizations can access using a username and password. They are a useful means for business partners to share information. So I gave you one example, like an automatic order gets placed to the supplier so that supplier can now work and prepare and send that inventory to you. Okay. So VPN we have to use while working from home. Yes, you have to connect to the intranet using the user ID, password, which you have to enter to access the intranet. So even if you're not inside the office premises, you can access the common office links using a VPN. It's not like anyone on the internet can access. It's just because you have access to the VPN, you can access the intranet. Okay. Ma'am, it helps only the business partner, not the customer. Why not? So I'll give an example of customer also. That you want your customers to place orders, online, on an directly, that you want to receive the orders. Think from the perspective of our supplier now. For the supplier, we will be the customers. They have got an automatic order from us, from their customers. Now they can plan their inventory, they can work on the production process and prepare that inventory. So what they have done, they have got the intranet access of their customer, and they can now work and plan around their inventory. Understood? So it's useful for both suppliers as well as the customers. Suppliers, as in when you want to place in automated trigger to the supplier to provide us the necessary inventory, and from a customer's perspective also, if you think that you want to receive automatic orders, so what you can do, you can provide them the link to your intranet, whereby they can place orders directly. They can come on your website. It actually happens, I'll tell you. The customers, they will provide you the link. You will have to provide your customers the ID password, whereby they can come on your website, they can enter their credentials, they can place the orders on your intranet. So you will know that, this order has been received. Now I have to prepare inventory for that. So it's either ways. It's not just supplier, it's for customer also. The customer, you will give them the ID password, they will come on the platform, they will place the order. Okay. The page says some vendors provide credentials to access portal to the consumer to upload invoices to process payment. Absolutely right. I was coming to that also. It's not just about placing orders, it's also about processing of invoices. That what you do, see, one way is that you send your invoices over email to your supplier, to your customer. Okay, and then the customer will take the invoice, they will download the invoice from the email, and then they will process it. But there are chances of the mails missing out. So what the companies do these days is that they provide ID password to their customers. Once you have provided us the services, the invoice is ready. Do not send it to us over email. You come to our portal, log in using the ID password that we have given you, upload the invoice, and that invoice gets automatically sent out to the accounting department. Okay. Shrey says, so it cannot reduce the e-commerce company margin if they provide their own link, either by placing order to the e-commerce company. I didn't understand that, sorry. I'm not clear what you're trying to ask. Shrey, can you, elaborate it? What does Flipkart do? Tell me. See, Flipkart earns through a commission model. That's separate. So I'm not sure. I'll give you an example with respect to Flipkart only. Now, when we as customers, we place orders on the Flipkart app. See, Flipkart is not the seller. It's just a marketplace where it is hosting the different sellers. So when we place an order through them, the different invoices which get generated, they get sent to the vendors, to the sellers basically. So that is how they make use of this network, that they have, that they will send out the invoices. And it's not intranet, it's extranet, that they have opened up their internal portal to the sellers, whereby their invoices get sent out. That, Mr. XYZ has placed an order for the product that you sell. This is the invoice for it. Okay. So yes, when we place an order through Flipkart, they earn through commission model, but that's not about intranet or extranet. What I gave you as an example that can be used, that when you place an order, Flipkart generates the invoice and it gets sent to the sellers, that this person has ordered this, and this is the product listing price that you had on our app. So this is the invoice. Okay. But then that seller, just imagine the catalog of products that are there on the Flipkart app or the Amazon app. Imagine all of those companies. Would you know so many companies to place the orders directly? Take Veromoda, for example. Veromoda is available on Flipkart, on Myntra, on Amazon, everywhere. It has got its own website also. It is there in the offline stores also. So one thing is you can place the order through them, and another thing is that you can go and place the order on their website directly. But that's not about intranet or extranet. It's Flipkart itself is hosted on the internet. Please understand, everyone can access that app. It's not like people inside the organization can only access it. You're getting confused. Trey, it's not the example what you're giving is not, relevant here. It's about you talking about commission model. It's not relevant at all over here. Commission model is different. It's about who has access to your network. That's what we're discussing. So it's not like customers have access to the intranet of Flipkart. No. Flipkart.com is hosted on the internet. Everyone can access it. But what I give as an example to you, when I as a customer place an order on Flipkart, an invoice gets generated. Okay, that invoice, the seller, it is in the name of the seller only. So it gets sent out to the seller through the extranet. Okay, that is an example which we can use in the context of Flipkart. Ravi says, Madam, Asian Paint dealers has the same facility as you're talking. They are given a dedicated portal so that a dealer can place their order and check the discount and transaction. Yes, 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 yes. Asian Paints, in fact, a lot of, so my father is in the business of motor parts. So they also, the seller, the distributors, they also can, upload the invoices. They can check the orders that are there, and, whatever invoices that this customer, like me as a customer, my father as a customer, he has placed, and then that invoice, whatever invoice is there, he knows how much he has to pay. All of this is what they are giving access, ID password to those people only, whoever are there, they, as registered as their distributors, and they want them to access the. Apurva says extranet is when we have access to the official website of agency to place orders through their official website rather than reaching a particular dealer or wholesale marketing with the light. No, no, no. All of you are getting confused. Please understand. Extranet is different from internet. When we are, let's say, when I am as a customer placing order on the Flipkart app, I am making use of the internet. I don't have any private access to the Flipkart. It's like what everyone has. But when I am one of the sellers on Flipkart, okay, I want to know how much billing has happened on my account. Okay. And all of that is internal to the Flipkart team, right? Flipkart would only know Mr. XYZ seller how much how much his product has sold. But Mr. XYZ also wants to know. Okay, Mr. XYZ also, as a seller, wants to know how much his billing is there, how much he has to receive from the company. So when the company opens up their internal network to this seller, that is extranet. Okay, only those sellers have that access, not you and me as customers will have that seller access. Only that seller only will be able to access the necessary part which Flipkart has opened up for them. Okay. Okay, I hope it is clear now. So, it depends on the company who is opening up the access to something internal to them. How much sales has happened, how much number of units, what size, what color, all of that is internal to the company. When they are opening up that necessary part to their sellers, to their distributors, that is what extranet is. It's not available on the internet. Not everyone can access it. It's just between the company and the seller or the distributor, like that. Okay. Is it clear? Internet, intranet, and extranet. Any doubts that you have? Let me see if there is any good video on this short video. a good video. Let's watch that so that, it just summarizes the discussion that we have just had.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Tech. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Tech in 5 minutes. Today, we are comparing intranet, internet, and extranet. Watch this video to know about the key advantages they bring to businesses. On our channel, we share thoughts on recent developments in the tech industry. Subscribe not to miss new videos. Let's start. What is the Internet? It is a global network with millions of computers interconnected to communicate with each other and share information. The Internet works thanks to a web of networked devices that allow digital information to travel across wireless signals and data lines constantly. What are the benefits of using the Internet? It's a no-brainer that the benefits the Internet brings for businesses are invaluable. Among them are ability to reach unlimited markets, low-cost marketing, ease of transactions, access to information, and internal and external communication. Are there any drawbacks of using the Internet? You won't believe, but there are some cons too, such as malware and data thefts, impersonalization, and high competition. Can you think of any other drawbacks of using the Internet? Share your thoughts in the comments. What is an intranet? It is a private, secure network used by employees for internal communication and information sharing within a company or organization. The intranet may be accessed over one building, area, or even country. It is mainly used for internal collaboration, data sharing, and communication. Since this is a private network, the information sharing is more secure. Well, it embraces such functionality as staff information management, content management, staff communication and collaboration, projects and task management, learning management, and staff self-service tools. What about the benefits of using an intranet? It improves internal collaboration and communication. It is cost-effective and great for business management. It involves only specific users. Additional benefits include it provides platform independence, it enhances employee productivity, it is also much more secure, and you can get immediate updates whenever it's necessary for your company. And are there any drawbacks of using an intranet? Among the most notable are costly implementation, it is complex to maintain, and there are still security threats you need to tackle. Now let's move on to the extranet. It is a private, secure network aimed at sharing business information with partners, suppliers, current and potential customers, vendors, and other businesses. Extranet establishes a centralized channel for communication between the organizations and outside parties. As you can see, extranet is best used in synergy with intranet. The key functionality of extranets include collaboration with business partners, and communication with customers and customer self-service. It's time to make a quick stop and recommend a good reading for you. We have
I hope you understood now. That video summarized the different functionalities of internet, intranet, and extranet. So what is extranet? It is an extension of intranet for the customers, the suppliers, or the different partners of the company. Clear in your mind, everything? Will you be able to differentiate between the, it will not, the question will not be like define or distinguish between internet, intranet, and extranet. Questions could be like, there would be statements given to you and you have to identify which statement is true for an extranet. Okay. So, sure, what I'll do now, Apurva, I'll just embed the link of the this video in the deck only, so that later on also if you want to watch it again, you can watch it. I've put it here. You can access it. And let me put the RFID video also. The one video that we saw. I'll put that also. I've embedded RFID video also in the deck. You can watch it later. That was about internet, intranet, and extranet. And then comes cloud computing. Okay. So let's just go through this. This is the provision of computing services. When you're working on the computer, you do a lot of activities. You store information, you open Excel file, you work on Excel file, you have documents, the MS Word. So you have a lot of activities which you do on the computer. Now, all of this computing, if it can happen on a cloud, okay, something which you don't need a physical device. It's not restricted to a physical device. Anywhere in the world, if you are, you can access the same files. You can access. You can perform the same processes. That's what is cloud computing. It's the normal computing work that you're doing in a mobile manner. So this is the provision of computing services. Generally, applications and data centers over a network, usually the internet. Google is one of the most prominent companies offering software as a free online service. Software and storage for your account will exist on the service's computer cloud rather than your computer. Your emails. Okay. Do you need the same computer to access your emails, or you can access it from anywhere in the world and the same mails just show it to you? You can access it from anywhere. It's what cloud computing is enabling. You know, it's all the mails are stored on the Google's server. It's not stored on your local servers, and therefore you're able to access your emails from anywhere in the world. So that's what it is saying. Software and storage of your account. And it's not just about emails, your apps that are there, which are linked with Google. Anywhere, if you access them, you can just open up the app and work on it as if you are working on your own computer. It's not like you're restricted to your personal computer. You can access those files, those servers, those applications from anywhere. So software and storage of for your account will exist on the services. That means Google's computer cloud rather than on your computer. The cloud can be public or private. There can be private clouds also. So the Google has provided public cloud to you. It's like everyone's emails are there. Gmail data is there on the same cloud. But if you want your own secured data storage on the cloud only, then you can ask, it will be expensive. So you can take a private cloud also. So the main benefits of a cloud computing contract include reduced IT cost. Software and hardware upgrades may be included in the contract, which means that there is no need for expert staff. So it is taken care by the service company. So if you, let's say, for example, you have taken a private cloud and there are some softwares and hardwares that comes along with it. So that will the upgrades in it or the maintenance of it, it will be taken care of by the cloud provider only. You do not need expert staff to do it. Then safe storage, example, backup stored in the cloud, helping to support business continuity plans. So for example, the data server, just understand the difference between the two. You have a local data server whereby all your files are getting stored. It catches fire. It will impact your business continuity. Now compare this with the situation that all your files are stored on the cloud. It's like it will be it's the dedicated service that a company is providing. So the protocols, the safety procedures that they will follow will be of another level. So your chances of the data getting destroyed will be much, much, much less. Okay, so there is a safe storage that the professional companies, they provide. So example, backup stored in the cloud, helping to support business continuity plans. Then third benefit of cloud computing is improved access. Example, file sharing of records with accountants or access for staff working from home. So, you can just upload your files on the Google Drive, they can access it from anywhere. So that's happening because they have provided, cloud provides that access from anywhere. It's not restricting to you any one location. One sec. Is YouTube down by any chance or what? My YouTube is not working. Let me check on my phone. I was thinking of showing a video on cloud computing. Just check for your own YouTube accounts. Are you able to access YouTube? It's loading now. Maybe temporary lag or something. What just happened to my YouTube? It's not opening. Let me try again. It's opening on my phone. It's not opening on my laptop. I'm just reopening the window only. And it was working fine until a few minutes back when I showed you the video on internet intranet. Let me check what has happened. Page. This is the type of error I'm getting. This page is unresponsive. Let me try. No, I just opened it on Edge. It's working here. I haven't logged into my account. Just wanted to show you a video on cloud computing. Let's watch this.
Step into Wix Studio, the web platform for agencies and enterprises.
Imagine you're the owner of a small software development firm.
Let's have a look at this video. It talks about cloud computing.
Imagine you're the owner of a small software development firm and you want to scale your business up. However, a small team size, the unpredictability of demand, and limited resources are roadblocks for this expansion. That's when you hear about cloud computing. But before investing money into it, you decide to draw up the differences between on-premise and cloud-based computing to make a better decision. When it comes to scalability, you pay more for an on-premise setup and get lesser options too. Once you've scaled up, it is difficult to scale down
and often leads to heavy losses in terms of infrastructure and maintenance costs. Cloud computing, on the other hand, allows you to pay only for how much you use, with much easier and faster provisions for scaling up or down. Next, let's talk about server storage. On-premise systems need a lot of space for their servers, notwithstanding the power and maintenance hassles that come with them. On the other hand, cloud computing solutions are offered by cloud service providers who manage and maintain the servers, saving you both money and space. Then we have data security. On-premise systems offer less data security, thanks to a complicated combination of physical and traditional IT security measures, whereas cloud computing systems offer much better security and lets you avoid having to constantly monitor and manage security protocols. In the event that a data loss does occur, the chance for data recovery with on-premise setups are very small. In contrast, cloud computing systems have robust disaster recovery measures in place to ensure faster and easier data recovery. Finally, we have maintenance. On-premises systems also require additional teams for hardware and software maintenance, loading up the costs by a considerable degree. Cloud computing systems, on the other hand, are maintained by the cloud service providers, reducing your costs and resource allocation substantially. So now, thinking that cloud computing is a better option, you decide to take a closer look at what exactly cloud computing is. Cloud computing refers to the delivery of on-demand computing services over the internet on a pay-as-you-go basis. In simpler words, rather than managing files and services on a local storage device, you'll be doing the same over the internet in a cost-efficient manner. Cloud computing has two types of models: deployment model and service model. There are three types of deployment models: public, private, and hybrid cloud. Imagine you're traveling to work. You've got three options to choose from. 1. You have buses, which represent public clouds. In this case, the cloud infrastructure is available to the public over the internet. These are owned by cloud service providers. 2. Then you have the option of using your own car. This represents the private cloud. With the private cloud, the cloud infrastructure is exclusively operated by a single organization. This can be managed by the organization or a third party. And finally, you have the option to hail a cab. This represents the hybrid cloud. A hybrid cloud is a combination of the functionalities of both public and private clouds. Next, let's have a look at the service models. There are three major service models available: IaaS, PaaS,
Details on the different types of models are not needed, so I paused the video. But I hope you understood the difference between an on-premise computing system and cloud computing system. Very good how they have conceptualized it using like scalability, security, maintenance, the different aspects of it. So it's the same normal computing that you're doing right now on your laptops, doing it on the cloud by which is on the basis of services which are provided by different service providers. Okay, so that's about cloud computing. Any doubts over here? Anything that you want me to address? Is it clear? Please confirm. I've put the link of this video also. Perfect. So then let's move to the next slide. I've put the link of the video here. You don't need to know all that as, PAS and all of that. Not needed. So that is all about the different ways of sharing the information. We talked about internet, intranet, extranet, and cloud computing. And here we also talked about Wi-Fi, what Wi-Fi is. Don't have to memorize anything. It will all be part of, mostly it will be part of MCQs only, that you have to select the statement which satisfies or which denotes intranet, internet, or which is the use case of internet, intranet, all of that. So let's move to the next topic. Before we do that, I'll complete this topic and then we can take a break or what. Let me see. Okay, let's do it and then we'll take a break. So here we are going to talk about the controls over information. So controls over information. Now please understand we are going to discuss it in different parts. First, we're talking about controls over generating internal information in routine reports. Just understand that when you're working in organizations now, there are something called routine reports, which you have to do on a monthly basis, weekly basis, quarterly basis. That is called routine reports, which is set by the process that you have to do it. Then there are ad hoc reports, okay, which is need based. It's like whenever there is a requirement of that report coming in, you prepare that. It's not like you have to do it on a weekly basis or monthly basis, nothing like that. Only as per need. That is called ad hoc reports. Okay, so there needs to be some control over information in respect of routine reports and in respect of ad hoc reports. Now, when it comes to routine reports, when you're generating the information, when you are creating the information required for the routine reports, there needs to be some controls. Let's talk about them. Okay. So when you are generating information for routine reports, what you need to do, number one, carry out a cost benefit analysis. How easy is the report to prepare compared with the benefits or the usefulness of the decision that can be taken as a result of its production? So you have to, whenever you have to spend time, you have to spend money, always perform a cost benefit analysis. What is it costing me and what is the benefit that I'm going to get out of it? Okay, so carry out a cost benefit analysis. You compare the ease with which the report can be prepared and the benefits it will accrue. The cost of preparing the report will in part be determined by who is preparing it. Does it require the expertise of a senior person or a junior staff can prepare that report? The cost can be reduced if its preparation can be delegated by a director, that is a senior member staff, to a junior member of the staff. So you can reduce the cost of preparing a report if it can be delegated to a staff at the lower level. Then a trial preparation process should be carried out and a prototype prepared. Users should be asked to confirm that their requirements will be met. What it is saying is, when you start a preparation of a routine report, what you should do is first create a trial report. That this is what the report will look like, and you send it out to the different recipients who will be using that report and take their feedback whether the report is satisfying all the requirements or not. Okay, so a trial preparation process should be carried out, and the prototype, it's like a mock report. It's a prototype is prepared. Users should be asked to confirm whether their requirements are being met using such a report. Then point number 3 or control number 3 is a consistent format and consistent definitions should be used to ensure that reporting is accurate and the chance of misinterpretation is minimized. What does it mean? Is, for example, there are different finance. For example, it's not a definite science. Gearing ratio is one of the ratios which is calculated by finance managers. Now, there are different ways in which this ratio can be calculated. I'll give you an example. Now, gearing ratio, it can be calculated as value of debt divided by value of equity, or same gearing ratio, it can be calculated as value of debt divided by value of debt plus value of equity. Okay, same ratio, gearing ratio, but there are different ways to calculate it. So what it is saying is, when you're preparing routine reports, okay, you should follow a consistent format and consistent definition. So it shouldn't be like you are following definition A of gearing ratio in the month of January and then the definition B of gearing ratio in the month of March. There should be consistency in the way in which the data is prepared and presented in reports, in routine reports. So a consistent format and consistent definitions should be used to ensure that reporting is accurate and the chance of misinterpretation is minimized. standard house styles will ensure that time is not wasted by managers, staff, and report writers on designing alternative layouts. So there should be standardized pro forma template which can be used to prepare such routine reports. It should not be like managers are spending, their precious time on preparing the different reports because these are routine in nature. And there should always be, delegation of such routine reports to the junior level staff so that the cost, as we discussed in point number 1, it gets minimized. Are you with me so far? Till here, no doubts, right? Just pause me wherever you get stuck. Then point number D is the originator. Originator means what? The creator of the report. The originator of the report should be clearly identified who has prepared. Mostly whenever you will see reports in a company, when you start working, you will see that it will be written at the bottom. Prepared by, preparation date. Why is it needed? So that if there are any concerns with respect to the report, yes, author, if there are any concerns with respect to the report, the user or the reader of the report should know whom to reach out to. If it is not mentioned who has prepared the report, it is anonymous, who will he reach out to? That's not possible, right? So the originator of the report, the creator or the author of the report should be clearly identified so that users' queries can be dealt with quickly. Point number 5 of the controls which need to be there while generating information for routine reports is the report should clearly set out limits to the action that users can take as a result of the information in the report. This will ensure that the organization system of responsibility is maintained. What does it mean is, so for example, when you prepare a report, you should actually call out the assumptions that have been taken while preparing the report so that the users know when they are taking decisions or when they're taking actions on the basis of that report, what are the underlying assumptions. Okay, so this, mentioning the assumption, it sets the limits to which the actions of the users can be. So what, in simple, what this point is saying is, when you are sending out a report, I'll give you an example. Wait a sec. You would have seen the report, sometimes it says, report can be used by production department only, or the report is for the consumption of treasury office only. So this type of statement is given so that other teams, they do not take on the data because of targeted messages or targeted information that is coming out of the report. So this type of a statement is given right at the top. Okay. Yash says, like cash forecast budget, it is assumed that all payments will be received on time. Yes, that assumption, it can be mentioned, valid point that you're making. And in fact, restricting the, teams which can act on this report, that is also another example, mentioning it, that this report is for consumption by production department only, like that. So the report should clearly set out limits to the action that users can take as a result of the information to the report. This will ensure that the organization system of responsibility is maintained. Okay, and when you have set out the assumptions properly, clearly, so the responsibilities are clear now, that the author of the report mentioned the assumptions. Now it is the user who did not care enough to read the assumptions and he took some action which backfired. So that situation can be avoided if you have mentioned the assumptions, if you have mentioned to who all can use this report, your liability gets reduced substantially as an author. The last point is the usefulness of the report should be assessed on a periodic basis to ensure that its production is necessary. I'll tell you what, I have practically faced the situation. So there are some routine reports which are prepared on a legacy basis. Like every month, every day, this report has to be presented to the management. Now, I've seen so many cases that just because it was being done by the past team members, it is getting continued. Whereas there is no utility, there is no usefulness of the report. Senior management doesn't even care to open that report. Why should you spend your time? You're wasting company's money and time. Okay, because ultimately company is paying you and that's company's time, right? You're spending time on it means what? Company is wasting its precious time. So this type of assessment, it should be done on a periodic basis, that whatever routine reports are being prepared, is it useful? Is it needed? Okay. So the usefulness of the report should be assessed on a periodic basis to ensure that its production is necessary. Clear? So what controls you need to exercise while generating internal information and routine reports? Number one, carry out a cost benefit analysis. See what is the cost that will be needed to prepare the report and what is the benefit that you're going to get out of it. Number one. Number two is a trial report should be prepared and the users should be asked for a confirmation that are they aligned with the report presentation and the information that it is displaying. Number three is consistency. Number four is identification of the originator. Number five is restricting the audience and actions that can be taken by the audience. And number six is that assessment of the usefulness of the report, whether the report really is needed anymore or not. Yeah, so these are the 6 controls which need to be there while generating information in internal reports. Okay. On that note, we'll take a small break. It's 12:15 now. We'll take a 20-25 minute break and catch up around 12:35-ish. Okay? Eat something, refresh yourself, and then we'll see you after the break. Hello everyone, welcome back from the break. Pankaj, we were on a break, so that's why there was no voice. We're going to start off now. Is everyone back? Perfect. So let's begin. So we talked about the controls over generating internal information in case of routine reports, right? Now, in a similar way, we have controls over generating internal information in ad hoc reports. Okay. So ad hoc reports, as I told you, it's need based. It's not like there is any particular requirement to do it on a frequency. It's as per the need whenever it arises. So what are the controls that we need to exercise over here? Number one is carry out a cost benefit analysis. Again, same as what we did in case of a routine report, find out what is the cost of generating information in case of an ad hoc report and compare it with the benefits which come along with it. Okay. Second is ensure that the required information does not already exist in another format. So I'll tell you what usually happens in the corporate setups is there is an urgent requirement, you have to prepare this report. And in the heat of that moment, we start working on the report also without even thinking that there could be some information about it existing in the systems already. So whenever there is an ad hoc requirement or ad hoc report, there should be a thorough check or there should be knowledge whether such data or report already exists in maybe some other format. So that is something which needs to be taken care of while we are working on ad hoc reports, because always these reports, they tend to be somewhat urgent in nature. And this things gets missed that, maybe it is already existing in some other format. Number 3 control is brief the report writer so that only the relevant information is provided. So it should be that's very basic common sense, that only relevant information should be provided in the report and not, bombarded with unnecessary data points. Then fourth point is ensure that the originator is clearly identified. The author of the report should be identified so that any queries or concerns which come across, that can be addressed to a particular person. And last is ensure that the report writers have access to the most up-to-date information. Whoever is preparing the report, the originator, he should have access to the latest information so that outdated information doesn't get presented to the senior management. Okay, so those are the controls with respect to ad hoc reports. Then these first two things that we discussed now, they were controls over generating internal information. Okay, this is also about creating information. Now there should be controls over dissemination or distribution of internal information. Be it routine report, be it ad hoc reports, there needs to be controls over distributing internal information as well. Now, what are those controls? please understand, distributing report means, report getting sent down to different people. So there should be controls in that process also. Let's understand what they are. Number one is procedures manual. Okay, for standard reports, this is just for the routine reports. There should be a procedure manual. What will this indicate? Indicates what standard reports should be issued and when. Okay, when the report needs to be set out. It's a routine report, yes, but does it have to be prepared on a weekly frequency? Does it have to be prepared on a monthly frequency? What is it? So the procedures manual with respect to standard report should set out the frequency at which the report should be prepared. Number one. Number two is sets out the format. What should be the format of that routine report? It should be set out in the procedures manual. Number three is makes clear who should receive the report. The addressees, to whom you are addressing the report, it should be clear which all departments are going to use it. It should be it should be set out in the procedures manual. It's like an SOP. Procedure manual is nothing but an SOP, which needs to be followed while preparing a routine report. Number four is indicates whether reports should be shredded. Confidential reports, they need to be shredded. They need to be discarded in a proper manner. That also should be clarified in the SOP. Which reports are so important and so confidential that they need to be discarded or they need to be shredded. I hope you know what a shredder is. It's like, just tearing it apart in unreadable format. Or, there are shredding machines whereby if you insert the paper, it gets shredded into small papers already. So I'll just put it in the recycle bin where you can just discard it normally without even having to shred them. Okay. Yes, like tagging the mails. So, there are mail tags that you can do, sent with high importance, sent with low importance. Then there are mails which can be set with the restriction that they cannot be forwarded. Okay, then there are mail restrictions like the mail will be deleted automatically after 7 days. So such type of mail communication can also be done. Then number five is it makes clear what information should be regarded as highly confidential. So confidentiality of a routine of any type of a report, it should always be made clear. Right? Very simple. Then other controls. So these all controls were what all should be the constituents or contents of a procedure manual or an SOP. Now let us understand what are the other controls that exist, while we are distributing internal information. So number one is payroll and personal information. That means salary details. So salary details should be kept in a locked cabinet or be protected by password access on a computer system. You should know that salaries are kept confidential in organizations. There are a lot of reasons behind it. So, whatever information is with respect to the payroll and personnel department, it should be kept locked and only authorized people should have access to it. Then, number two is all employees should be contractually required not to divulge confidential information. So, these no disclosure agreements, NDA, non-disclosure agreements, confidentiality agreements, all of these are actually signed with the employees to ensure that if they choose to join competition firms, they do not disclose or divulge the confidential information. So, what is the proprietary information? It should remain with the company only. And if the employees still, do something like that, they will be subjected to heavy penalties. So that control needs to be there while distributing reports. That confidentiality has to be maintained. Okay. Then number three is yes. So salaries, it's not about disclosing my salary to my family members, it's about disclosing salaries within the company. It's not permitted. Okay. People choose to do it, not do it, that's their choice. But ideal situation says that you should not be disclosing salaries within the colleagues. It's a non abidance with the set procedures within in any company, you will see that. Okay, because then there happens to be comparisons, and the HR has to face questions like, he is getting this much, why am I not getting this much? Because everyone is doing their own bit. The HR and the managers are there to evaluate. It's not like something that should be cross-questioned. You can question on your own salary that I deserve this much. That's different. But comparing it that Mr. X is getting this, so I should also get this, that's not a palatable conversation. Okay, the third point here is the internal mail system should make use of private and confidential stamps. We have already discussed that mails can be labeled like that they are private, they are confidential. Okay. Then number 4 is an appropriate email policy should be set up. Email is best suited for short messages. This is an important point. This paragraph that we're discussing, there are actually questions from this topic. So, what does it say? That email is best suited for short messages rather than detailed operational problems. Detailed operational problems cannot be discussed over emails. There needs to be one-to-one communication for that. Then, email provides a relatively permanent means of communication, which may be undesirable for confidential or off the record exchanges. When you start working now, you will come to realize this sooner or later that some things cannot be mentioned on email. You have to manage that on calls or in person meetings, but everything cannot be documented on email. Say when you start off your corporate journey, you will feel that, I want to be safe. Whatever I do or whatever I'm acting upon, it should be documented. But remember this, just as a corporate lesson, everything should not be and need not be documented. There are some off the record, networks that you need to keep and accordingly execute things. Okay. I'll tell you, personally, I just believe the type of camaraderie you build with your colleagues, as long as you keep it, off the record, it's better. But I follow one more principle is that once I have discussed something, with my colleagues or whatever is the action points, I may, document it in a one-to-one mail or whatever with CC to whoever is needed. I'll document it, but only after discussing it. Because even the other person is aware that something like this is coming to me. Because in corporate setup, it's like your family, you're working there day in and day out. You cannot work in silos. So get your comfort by talking, and then needed, you can document it on email. Rather than starting out with an email and then going to talk. It just creates friction sometimes. So this is all corporate lessons you will learn eventually in your life. But what I have realized that you keep it off the record, you talk it out, and then if needed, you document it. So that if you feel that, it can come handy later on in the future, then you should ideally document it also. But some, big emailers should not come as surprise to the recipients, mostly. Yes, that is what should be done. First, you should call and then document it on email, whatever is needed. Because some things you cannot document on email no matter what. Okay, so that is subjectivity that you need to exercise when you start working. Right. So third, policy for emails is that staff may suffer from information overload. Sometimes you will see the email policy of companies are not good. You get CC'd on a lot of unnecessary email. Uh, Unnecessary mail gets marked to you. It's just information overload. You do not have action items on it. There's no point in you knowing it or knowing the content of the email also. So this leads to information overload, and it's very normal. It will be very natural that you get marked on unneeded mails. So that is a common problem with respect to emails. And last is, it is uncomfortable to read more than a full screen of information. Longer messages will either not be read properly or will be printed out, in which case they may just as well have been circulated in hard copy form. Okay. So, rather than making the emails too long, you can just, set it out as a manual or, communicate it in a hard copy form. That is what ultimately will happen, even if you write long emails, because people find it difficult to read more than a full screen of information. So these are the other controls which are necessary for distributing internal information. And last point, is physical computer security. Here you need to talk about internal security. What does it mean? That management can regulate which staff members have access to different types of data. So I'll tell you, the organizations are very big. It's not like everyone has access to everything on the network. Even their accesses are restricted to the parts which they will need in their work. So let's say the salary details that we were talking about. So salary details is there on their computer, I mean on the organization network, but it's not like everyone will have access to the salary data of all the other employees. So HR will have access to it, your manager will have access to it. That's how it is. So management can regulate which staff members have access to different types of data. For instance, access to HR records may be restricted to members of the HR team by keeping these records on a separate server or database. In this way, only certain terminals may have access to servers with sensitive or confidential data stored on them. So if you feel that having a separate server is better, then that can also be instituted. That is about the internal security that can be maintained with respect to the confidential information. Then external security. So the organization can also protect its data from external access by using firewalls. Now, what are firewalls? Anyone? What is a firewall? What's a firewall? You might have heard about it.
Step into Wix Studio, the web platform for agencies and enterprises.
Imagine
There's
our
a video I have shortlisted for a firewall. Let me show that to you. Absolutely right. It prevents unauthorized access, right? Let me show this to you. It's a good video.
Imagine our houses without a fence or boundary wall. This would make our property easy accessible to trespassers and robbers, and place our homes at great risk, right? Hence, fencing our property helps safeguard it and keeps trespassers at bay. Similarly, imagine our computers and networks without protection. This would increase the probability of hackers infiltrating our networks. To overcome this challenge, just like how boundary walls protect our houses, a virtual wall helps safeguard and secure our devices from intruders, and such a wall is known as a firewall. Firewalls are security devices that filter the incoming and outgoing traffic within a private network. For example, if you were to visit your friend who lives in a gated community, you would first take permission from the security guard. The security guard would check with your friend if you should be allowed entry or not. If all is well, your access is granted. On the other hand, the security guard would not grant permission to a trespasser looking to enter the same premises. Here, the entry access depends solely on your friend, the resident's discretion. The role of the security guard in this case is similar to that of a firewall. The firewall works like a gatekeeper at your computer's entry point, which only welcomes incoming traffic that it has been configured to accept. Firewalls filter the network traffic within your network and analyzes which traffic should be allowed or restricted based on a set of rules in order to spot and prevent cyber attacks. Your computer communicates with the internet in the form of network packets that hold details like the source address, destination address, and information. These network packets enter your computer through ports. A firewall works on a set of rules based on the details of these network packets, like their source address, a destination address, content, and port numbers. Only trusted traffic sources or IP addresses are allowed to enter your network. When you connect your computer to the internet, there is a high chance of hackers infiltrating your network. This is when a firewall comes to your rescue by acting as a barrier between your computer and the internet. The firewall rejects the malicious data packet and thus protects your network from hackers. On the other hand, traffic from trusted websites is allowed access to your network. This way, a firewall carries out quick assessments to detect malware and other suspicious activities, thereby protecting your network from being susceptible to a cyber attack. Firewalls can either be hardware or software. Software firewalls are programs installed on each computer. This is also called a host firewall. Meanwhile, hardware firewalls are equipments that are established between the gateway and your network. Linksys routers are a good example of a hardware firewall. Besides this, there are other types of firewalls designed based on their traffic filtering methods, structure, and functionality. The firewall that compares each outgoing and incoming network packet to a set of established rules, such as the allowed IP addresses, IP protocols, port number, and other aspects of the packet, is known as a packet filtering firewall. If the incoming network traffic is not per the predefined rules, that traffic is blocked. A variant of the packet filtering firewall is the stateful inspection firewall. These types of firewalls not only examine each network packet, but also checks whether or not that network packet is part of an established network connection. Such firewalls are also referred to as dynamic packet filtering firewalls. In addition to preventing cyber attacks, firewalls are also used in educational institutions and offices to restrict users' access to certain websites or applications. It is used to avoid access to unauthorized content. So, here's a question for you. Which firewall is also known as application level gateway? A. Proxy firewall. Cybercrimes are today making headlines every day, and in
So if you understood what a firewall is, basically it's for preventing unauthorized access. Okay, so that's what it is saying, that there needs to be security of the information using firewalls. Okay, so the organization can also protect its data from external access by using firewalls so that only authorized people can access it. A firewall is designed to restrict access to a network by selectively allowing or blocking inbound traffic to parts of an organization system. So it could be like an exclusion list or an inclusion list, that only these people will be allowed to access the network, or excluding everyone will be allowed, excluding XYZ people. So this is how a firewall is designed. A firewall is designed to restrict access to a network by selectively allowing or blocking inbound traffic to parts of an organization's system. It examines messages entering and exiting the system and blocks any that do not conform to the specified criteria. So I'll tell you an example here. For example, a lot of companies, they put restrictions on you uploading files on on your official laptop on your personal email ID. If you try to upload any document on your on your official laptop on your personal email ID, you can open your personal email ID on any computer, right? But if you try to upload any document, okay, as an attachment to an email, the firewalls will block it. A lot of companies have that policy. So that is what it says, that the firewalls, they examine what messages are coming in and exiting the system and blocks any that do not conform to the specified criteria. For example, blocking incoming traffic from non-specific IP addresses. In this way, firewalls can be used to protect data and databases from being accessed by unauthorized people or terminals. For example, access to key servers can be restricted to a small number of terminals only. That means like an inclusion list. Only these people will be allowed to access such confidential information. So what have we learned? We have learned that there needs to be controls over distributing information. I'm revising this part. So there needs to be controls over distributing the internal information. First is that there is an SOP for the standard reports. Okay, and what should that SOP include? What frequency the report is to be sent out, whom the report is to be sent out, what should be the format. Okay, then what else? Whether the report should be shredded, and when how the information is labeled. That could be the content of an SOP with respect to the standard reports or the routine reports. Other controls include that whatever information is super confidential or highly confidential, like payroll and personal information, it should be kept on a separate server if needed. Then employees should be bound by confidentiality or non-disclosure agreements. Then email policy Emails should be kept short. Any details, long details should be discussed, or any operational problems should be discussed and not sent out on emails. Then if there is, then for email policy is not good enough, the employees may face information overload. Okay. So this is the control that needs to exist with respect to the distribution of information. And lastly, there should be some security also. It could be internal security, external security. External security in the sense by instituting firewalls. Internal security could be, setting up a separate server for highly confidential information. Is it clear, everyone? This part, the controls that we discussed with respect to the distribution. Any doubts? Anyone? Please tell me. Can I move to the next topic? That if information very small, let's just complete it only. That if information is held on a server, then what are the things that are required? Number one, there should be controls over virus. There should be a proper antivirus system installed on your computer. Second is clearly understood policy on the use of emails and corporate ID. Like I told you that there is an email policy. You cannot send out emails with attachments on your personal email ID. Then password system to restrict access to particular files. Some files could be password protected. It's not like the computer is password protected. The files within the computer can also be password protected so that the access is restricted. Like, for example, whenever you receive your credit card statement on email, the bank sends it as a password protected file. No? You have to enter your first 4 letters of your name and the last 4 digits of your card number, and accordingly, then the credit card statement opens up. Why is it so? Because these details would be available only with the intended recipient. If anyone else is accessing the email, they cannot open the credit card statement. So this type of a password system can be instituted to restrict access to particular files. Okay? Because server will be accessed by everyone. So if the files are open and if they're not password protected, anyone can open any type of file. So there needs to be password protection for this type of data. Sure? So the next topic that we have is small and easy. Security and confidential information. IT systems are particularly vulnerable to unauthorized access or use from both internal and external parties unless they're protected. Employees also, they do a lot of data theft. Okay. So, the IT systems, they are vulnerable to such threats, not just from external parties, but also from internal parties. So there should be some ways to protect this information. What are those ways? Number one is password. You can set up passwords where logon access requires the entry of a string of characters. Then logical access system, that is restricts access depending on user authority. See, if I, as a business finance manager, I'm trying to access the salary records, why will I need it? It's not needed as per my user authority. Okay. So there is this logical access system. There should be a logic or reason why you're accessing a particular database that should be justified. Then the third way of protecting information is database controls, limiting view of database content. So whatever is the content of the database, according to the usefulness, you will control who will be able to access such database. Then firewalls, we have already covered. So firewalls, they prevent unauthorized access to company systems. Then encryption. Encryption is what? Have you done encryption of files? In fact, you would have seen it also, like WhatsApp messages, you would see that they are end-to-end protected or they're end-to-end encrypted. You know what encryption is? So like in our childhood days, you would have done that you want to send out a message. Let's say you want to write ABC, but rather than writing ABC, you will write BCD, like a +1 of the letter. So it's like anyone else who does not know the key to decode the message, they will not even understand anything, right? If you just replace with a +1 letter of the English alphabet, it will become unreadable, right? So those type of encryption can be done for the confidential information that only the people with the key who are the intended recipients, they can only open up the files and decode them. Okay. And last way to protect information is through antivirus and anti-spyware softwares. Clear? Any doubts here? Anything that you could not understand? Purva says, ma'am, removing your information on server is also protecting information as discussed in the previous topics. Not removing, but like storing it on separate servers. Apurva, just a correction, small correction in what you're saying. That is also a way to protect information only. That you are setting it out in a different server. That's like setting up database control that only intended recipients will get access. Correct, Apurva? Understood? All right. Let's move to the next slide. There's a small activity. You have to tell me the answer. The following statements have been made about IT systems. Employees should be able to change customer records if they notice an error or omission. It's like any employee can change the customer records. Think about it, whether it is true or false. And second is, transmitted data should usually be encrypted to prevent hackers gaining access to it. So which statement is true? Only statement B is true, that is second, right? Why? Because just imagine if employees can change customer records. So it's like you can change the bank account details instead of the customer paying the company the money. If you enter your details in the customer master, or rather than that, in place of the delivery address of the customer, you set your own home address for the delivery of the products. Just imagine you can just start stealing money, start stealing the products of the company. So this is not allowed. There needs to be proper system to ensure that any change in the customer record is authorized. Okay, manipulation can happen otherwise. Second one is true, that whenever you want to transmit data, that means when you want to send out data, it should be encrypted so that only people who have the key to decrypt or decode the content, they only can do it. Okay, so the correct answer is second one only. Let me just show it to you in the file here. So the correct answer is 2 only. It is not appropriate for all employees to have the ability to alter or even view all customer records. Instead, access controls should be in place to ensure that only information required to carry out their duties is made available to employees. Information sent outside of the organization is especially vulnerable and should be protected via encryption or use of firewalls, or very simple, and all of you could solve it correctly only. Very good. So let's come back to the deck. Yeah. So the next topic is on data visualization. Okay. One sec. Yeah. So you might have seen, like, see, one way to write a report is to just write down, in long, long paragraphs, in technical words. But that's not the only way to communicate information. It could be done through important visualization tools like charts, pie diagrams, bar diagrams. So, these are different visualization, like how you visualize the data. That is what we are going to cover over here. Very simple, okay, very, very basic. Let's just quickly go through it. Yes, presentation of data, you're right. Presentation of data in visual, like in a graphic form. That's what primarily data visualization means. So the process of presenting report formats that represent data and information in a pictorial or graphical format that helps the recipient to understand the significance of the content more easily than if presented in a traditional report format. That is what data visualization is. That means you are using pictures, diagrams, graphs to present the information rather than writing long reports. Okay. The report identifies the following types of visualization tools. Number one is a waterfall chart. Okay. Let me first show you what a waterfall chart is, and then we'll read it once I. Something like this. This is a typical example of a waterfall chart that you started off with, let's say, a sale plan. Okay, you started off with a sale plan of 50 units. Because of reason number one, the sales got up. Okay, it became 40. Because of reason number two, the sales got up 30. Okay, and it became 120. This is the middle column. It's like a middle support. So, due to delta 1 and delta 2, reason number 1 and reason number 2, the sales volume have now become 120. Now, because of reason number 3, okay, the sales increased by another 10. It became 130. Then another reason it became 20 higher. So it became 150. And now, due to some other reason, reason number 5, the sales came down by 50. And ultimately, as against the plan of 50, you landed at 100. But what is the reason? Some items plus, some items minus. These are the reasons or the delta criteria. Okay, so this is what a waterfall chart typically looks like. What I'll do, I'll just put it in the class notes also so that you can visualize it later. I've put it in the ends of the PDF, okay? I've put it here so you can refer to it later. This is what a waterfall chart is. Okay. So what does it do? It creates a bridge between the starting point and the end point, clearly telling which reason contributed to what. Okay. So these are also known as bridges and are often used to present variance analysis. What caused the variance? Be it positive, be it negative, but what caused the variance and how much? That is what a waterfall chart depicts. And I'm telling you, it all seems very theoretical right now, but when you start working in corporates, you'll actually work on these types of charts. Basically, like even I have prepared waterfall charts, and it gives so much clarity in the type of information that you want to present. Just imagine if we just talk about this one, if you would have to write so much to just depict or explain what is getting shown in this diagram. But when you have prepared a chart like this, it becomes easy for the reader to understand what caused the variation in the planned sale and the actual sale. So this is why diagrammatic representation of data as much can be done should be done. Okay, so that is a waterfall chart. You're not required to prepare these charts in exam, don't worry. But you should know what each type of chart depicts or helps to achieve. That is a waterfall chart. Second is dashboards. These provide a relevant summary and are often used to provide 4 or 5 relevant drivers that give an overview of a business area. Now, let me show you a dashboard also. One second. Like you have a car dashboard now. The similar way there is business dashboards also. Let me just show one of them to you. This seems like to be a good one. I'll just put it in the slide only. Have a look here. I've put this. So, this is like a dashboard. It's giving you overview of the key items, like what is the revenue, what is the expected revenue for the month. Okay, so this is how much it is different. See, percent different from the last one. It's negative 26.94. Okay, deals in the pipeline. How many deals are coming in? Won deals. How many deals you have won? Lost deals. How many deals you have lost? What is the conversion? So basically, out of the total deals, how many you could convert? Okay. Then total sales month pipeline. This is how a funnel has been made, and that's like what I was telling you also. No, in the cards business, credit cards business, we used to have a funnel of what is the total unique views, out of which how many people initiated the application, out of which how many people submitted the application, out of which how many people got approved, how many people finally got the card. So that is like a funnel, and that is what gets presented in such business dashboards also. Then what is the sales trend with forecast? What has been the month on month performance of the sales? Okay, then sales target, where are you with respect to if this is the target, how much you have filled up, how much you have achieved the target. So this is like a dashboard. I hope you're understanding now. So let's read this again. What does it say? These provide a relevant summary. Only summary items are giving. It doesn't have the details of who made the sales, or which customer contributed, what amount. It's not detailed. So these provide a relevant summary and are often used to provide 4 or 5 relevant drivers that give an overview of the business area. Those drivers, it will depend from business to business and leader to leader what he wants to check. Okay, so each driver can be further analyzed by drilling down into the supporting data. So if the dashboards, they provide you the option that if you click on it, if you click on a particular driver, it will provide you more details on what constitutes the data of that particular driver. Okay, I hope it is clear. Both waterfall charts and dashboards, these are all ways to visualize the data, present the data in a summarized and crisp manner. Okay, then it means dashboard provide only the quantity. No, not necessary. See, it can be quantitative data as well as qualitative data also. Like I'll give you an example. Um, like there could be an NPS that could be tracked. What is the customer satisfaction percentage? What is the ratings given by the customer? So all of that, again, as I said, it will differ from company to company. It's not necessary that they have to be quantitative, but those metrics which would be tracked in a dashboard will be the key metrics that the business tracks. Okay, so it's not necessary it has to be quantitative only. Qualitative data like customer survey or customer survey results, what is the rating that the customers are giving us, that can also be a part of the dashboard. Clear? Shrey, understood? Yeah. Okay, coming back. So then there can be line charts. Like this is nothing but a line chart only. So it's a part of the dashboard, but it can be made standalone also. So these are often used to show trend analysis or time-based results such as product sales over the last 5 years. Then mapping charts. These present the data geographically. For example, countries or regions can be clicked on and drilled into to find information specific to those areas. So geographic charts could be prepared to convey the information for MNCs, which region is contributing to how much sales or how much contribution margin, how much net profit. So those type of mapping charts can be done. So mapping charts relate to the geographical presentation of data. Then next we have bar and pie charts. Okay. So the traditional methods of comparing data, which is made up of component parts, very simple bar diagram. Let me just quickly show it to you also. I've got a very good example of a mapping chart also. Let me put that. Have a look at this. It's a mapping chart. It shows which all countries. So basically, this is the chart for it, like 1.2 index legend, which you say. So here we have the maximum number of users, this area. Okay. Then 970 orange areas. This is the number of users which are there in the orange areas. Then, different versions of orange. Um, okay, so this is what a geographic mapping chart represents. Okay. And then bar diagrams and all, these are very simple. Let me show. So this is what a pie chart looks like. Same data has been presented as a pie chart and then in the uh, bar diagram sort. So this is a pie chart, bar diagram, and one second, let me read the messages. Geographical charts show climate conditions also. Yes, 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 yes. But like since we're talking in the business context, so this is a very good example of how many number of users are there in each geographical area. Then mapping charts, what's the actual need of it? To understand the geographical presence of a company. Okay, so you would have seen in news now, like Facebook has x number of users in the Asia Pacific region, or Twitter has a concentration of users in the US. So why do they declare or track such things? They understand which country is absorbing their product or service much, and what is working there which can be replicated in other countries. So a lot of analysis can be done on the basis of geographical charting. So one is that what I told you, like to understand what is working in a country, what is not working in a country. A particular type of, okay, let's talk about Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola is the density of usage in the USA, it's very high as compared to the number of bottles consumed per person in India. So that is what will be displayed in a geographical chart, that we have a very high density in the US and very low density in the Indian market. So let's do something in the Indian market so that the density increases here as well. That's possible only when you do a geographical mapping. What is the result of each country? You can see it all together. Understood? So that is the use of one of the uses of geographical charting. Okay, let's come back. Bar and pie charts you have understood. Line charts I showed you in the dashboard only. Then tables, very simple. The traditional method of presenting reference material by breaking it down into rows and columns. You'll be making a lot of tables with me in the upcoming chapters. Okay, so anyways, tables is very basic, simple row and column structure. That's called a table. That's also a way to visualize data. Like someone was saying the pivot tables. Pivot table is an advanced version of table only. That's also a visualization tool. The main impact of data visualization on organizations is the change that they bring to how information is presented. Because data presented in dashboards and mapping charts can be drilled into, that it's not like just it ends there as a picture. You can drill down, you can double click on it and know what are the constituents of those items. So because data presented in dashboards and mapping charts can be drilled into, they are geared towards being presented on tablets and smart devices rather than on paper. This makes reporting quicker and cheaper and should support the quicker decision-making capabilities required in the modern business environment. It is important for organizations to provide the necessary technology and training so that the staff get the most out of the visualizations and can use them for improved decision-making. So, like you asked me, ma'am, what is the use of geographical charting? So that is something which needs to be trained to the employees also, because they might also not know how to use such visualization techniques. So there should be proper techniques or trainings to do so. Okay, so that is the different visualization techniques. Any doubts? More or less, I've put all of them in the slides later, so you can have a look at them later also. Okay. All right, let's come back. The last slide of this chapter. So to be effective, data visualization should have the following features. Number one, interrogation. The tool must have the capability to interrogate the system. That means if you double click on it, it should be able to interrogate the underlying information and give you the desired output. So the capability should be there to interrogate the systems and the overall business. Like, you can question the system on the basis of the visualization technique. Then decision making. So the visualization tools should support effective decision making. Then visualization tools should be prompt or they should be presented timely. So the tool must display results quickly because delays, they may make insights or rules discovered out of date. And then infrastructure, the tool must be supported by sufficient quality and quantity of data. Data visualization, of course, these are all very simple features. There should be proper quantity of the data. It should be presented timely. Then it should support decision making, and it should have the capability. The visualization tools should have the capability to communicate with the underlying system and show the necessary details for the different users. So data visualization can make data easier to understand. However, it can also oversimplify things. When you are looking at it from this like a pie chart or a bar diagram, it seems very simple. So sometimes it happens that the data gets oversimplified and that can be misleading. So it is therefore important to consider whether there is any bias, deliberate or through misunderstanding in the way the data is presented. For example, bias can occur by manipulating the axis on the graph. You know what type of manipulation? So let's say you are keeping the size of the x-axis 5 points, okay? And you're displaying something that you do not want the curve to go too high. So what you will do on the y-axis, you will try to shorten the distance between the points. Elongate the distance between the points. So like a 10 mark difference. So that all type of manipulations can be done so that the user misunderstands deliberately, that you do not want to present information in a certain way. So you can make such type of manipulations. Okay, so you might omit some elements that you do not want to show. So this happens when you are relying on data visualization tools. Clear? Any doubts? So with that, this topic is also over and the chapter also. Just have a look at it, go through it. Let me know if you can't understand anything, any feature or something, any other topic that we have studied before. You want me to repeat, just let me know. So what have we studied? Let's do a quick revision. What have we done? So firstly, what did we start with? That what are information systems? What are information systems? Be active, be participative. What are information system? It is a combination of hardware, software, and communication capability, which facilitates collection. First, you take the data, you process it, you store it, and then you provide retrieval facility also. That is what an information system is. Okay. So currently now, Yash, today I'll not actually give homework from first chapter. It's very small as a chapter and there are not direct questions on it. So let's first finish 2-3 chapters by the next week and then I'll give 4 questions. In fact, there was hardly any class question also, one small question that we did. So not direct questions from this chapter, but as I said, this is a supporting chapter for other chapters. Okay, so there are no direct questions that I can currently give you as practice. All right. So we studied about information system. Then we studied about what is the utility of information system? Why are they needed? So they support different activities like planning, control, decision making, and all of that. Then what are the benefits? Pretty simple. It provides competitive advantage, speedy methods, and if you make a good use, you can thrive in the markets. Then what are the costs associated with information system? We learned 3 types of cost: direct data capture, processing cost, and indirect cost. What did I tell you about indirect cost? These are mostly like wastage that you are in collecting information that is not needed. You are disseminating information to a bigger audience than is needed. Okay. Then we talked about the different types of networks which can be used to share the information. So we talked about internet. Internet is a type of network. Intranet is a type of network. Extranet is a type of network. And what did we learn? One of the technologies which is there in this entire scheme of things is Wi-Fi or wireless technology. Now let's quickly summarize what is internet, intranet, and extranet. Internet is which is available globally. Okay, anyone can access something that is there on the internet. Intranet is what? Which is restricted to a group of users within an organization. Okay, that is intranet. And what is extranet? Extranet is like the partial opening up of the intranet to a designated user base who will be provided a user ID password to access the internal data of a company, but not the entire data, only the necessary data. Okay. So that is what? Extranet. That is the difference between internet, intranet, and extranet. Then we learned about cloud computing. What did I tell you here? What is cloud computing? No, your normal basic computing activities, you're doing it on a cloud. You're not doing it on any physical storage or computing device. Absolutely right. Good way to summarize that, Apurva. Good. So that was what cloud computing. It is the provision of computing services on a internet, you can say, where anywhere you can access the data. That is cloud computing. Then we discussed very, very important, the different controls that need to exist while we are generating routine reports. Okay. So what are the things that we need to keep in mind? You need to do a cost benefit analysis. The benefits should outweigh the cost. Then whenever a report is being prepared, a prototype report or a mock report can be prepared and consensus can be taken from the users that the report is fine. Third is what? The report should have a consistent format. Okay. The author of the report should be identified. Then utility of the report should be assessed on a timely manner. Okay. Then what are the controls over generating information in ad hoc reports? Same cost benefit analysis, originator should be identified, only the relevant information. Information should not pre-exist somewhere else. This is a very common mistake in case of ad hoc reports, that information could already be existing and you have started working on another report. You could have saved time by using that already available information. So that is a control that you need to exercise while generating internal information in ad hoc reports. Then we talked about the controls over distributing internal info. That's about distribution. So what are you going to see? For standard reports, there should be an SOP. What should the SOP contain? To whom the report is to be presented, at what frequency the report is to be prepared. So these standard things. And what are the other controls? There should be proper security, be it internal security, external security. Then, there should be a proper email policy. You should not, stick to emails for long operational emails. It should be for just short message exchanges only. Then there should be a non-disclosure agreement, which the employees should sign so that the company gets, protected against information breach. So that is about the control over sharing or distributing the information. And then what are the ways of protecting? We learned passwords, firewalls, encryption, antivirus, database controls, and logical access system. What is logical access system? You should have a justified reason for accessing. Your role should require you to access a certain information. So that is a logical access system. And database control is you can limit the number of users or the type of users who can access the information on a database. Then data visualization. We learned the different tools you got to know about. So basically, a waterfall chart, a dashboard, a line diagram, a funnel view. Okay, I told you how. I mean, you start from here. How many people saw? Then how many people applied? Like that. You funnel down, and then there are some final set of customers who lie over here in the funnel. Okay. Then you understood about geographical mapping charts where you can click on the data and understand the underlying data for it. Then pie charts, bar diagrams. So these are the different visualization tools. And then what are the features of data visualization tools? Interrogation capability. Then decision making can be supported. It should be prompt. That means timely presented. And it should have a good quality and quantity of supporting data. Okay. So that was a quick summary of the entire chapter. Right. So with that, we'll wrap it up. Any doubts that you got? Yeah. Please discuss activity 1 of PPP workbook. Are you talking about this one? Ronak? Just check. You can revise it from the presentation only because I keep on inputting the data, like the video links if it is needed, then the diagrams which I've put. So I'll keep on inputting the data while we are discussing in the class. So it's recommended that you can refer from here. 1 second, huh? Suraj is saying there is some activity on the workbook. 1 second, let me check, huh? This class will also get uploaded by Wednesday only, mostly. Cost benefit analysis, it's not restricted to just that. It could be other methods also. So basically, it depends on the type of project. Okay. So one of the ways could be that. What you are saying is absolutely right. That could be one of the ways. I will send it out, Mithila, as I said in the yesterday's class. I'm not sure if you were there or not. So I will send across these notes to the VGLD admin team, and they will upload it on the Google Drive. Okay, so let me check which activity is there over here. Oh, you're talking about this one. Okay, let's do it. For each of the following activities, suggest how an information system in a hotel may be used. Okay, this is actually a subjective answer. So let's discuss this. For each of the following activities, you have to suggest how an information system in a hotel it can be used. So how can you use the information system for processing and recording transaction? Let's quickly tell me. How can you use the information system in a hotel for processing and recording transaction? Absolutely right. Booking details of the customers who want to log in, of the guests, right? So processing and recording of transactions. Then for planning could be, just give one small heading up when you are writing your answer, like for which you are giving your statement. So processing and recording transactions is absolutely right. You can record and process the details of the customers. who are coming to your hotel. Okay. Then planning could be very good. Allotment of rooms. So you can use the information system in a hotel for allotment of rooms. Very valid point. Then staff requirement. Yes, you can plan the number of staff that you're going to need. Okay, cleaning requirement, absolutely right. And then because you have to vacate the room so that someone else will come in. So you have to plan all of this, and that will be possible only using the information system. Check-in time, check-out time, very, very good. Absolutely right point. Um, then I'll also give you one more example over here. Planning, and then you can decide also on the basis of that, like this discounts that you want to offer. So basically, if it's like an off-season time, okay, and it's an off-season time, and what type of discounts you can run so that customers they feel interested to come to you. That is also something you can do on the basis of information system. Okay. Then third one, control. Tell me what type of control you can exercise on the basis of information system in a hotel. Absolutely right. Very good point. Customer feedback. That what has been the customer experience of staying in your hotel? That's a good example of control. Others also, please tell me. Online website updated. Basically, in showing the vacancies, Swayam, like what is the vacancy status? Huh, that's a good point. Yeah. Valid point. Control. Then decision making, whether we should allot more rooms or not as per our staff strength. Or decision making like the one which I gave example. Like you can plan and then decide on the discounts that you need to give to the customers during off season. Okay. Then control over who can authorize the bookings. Yes. That who is the staff responsible for taking the bookings. That is also good point. Good. Control in terms of budget versus actual cost. Very good point, Aruna. That you're comparing the cost variance, because control involves like a variance analysis. So you had planned for X number of or X amount of cost, the actual cost was Y. Why was it so? Or you can say the comparison between the number of expected hotel bookings and the actual hotel bookings. So that's a good point. That comes under control and decision making that we discussed. Apurva says decision making in the peak periods, whether they should offer some additional facilities to them or not. Or you can say the swimming pool, the pool open times, pool closure times on the basis of the weather. If it is summer season, on the basis of the season, basically, if it's a summer season, the customers would want longer access to the pools, right? That is something you can do. Bed size, good. So, okay, good point. Bed size, I'll talk more about it. So, for example, if it is like a business hotel, so the requirement of single beds, okay, 2 beds in a single room is more. If it's like a tourist hotel, then you will want a king size bed or a queen size bed. So that is something which you can decide on the basis of the information system, like what type of travelers are coming to your hotel. Is it like a business class or is it like a tourist class? And accordingly, you can decide on the type of bed. Good point. Okay, I guess we have discussed a lot of points, and let's go through the model answer also quickly. They have also given a lot of examples you can see over here. Planning and recording transactions, so taking online bookings, card payment devices, so that is also going to record the transactions, guests' details, printing customer receipts, occupancy rates, number of repeat bookings, employee management staff details in human resource system. Okay, yes, that also needs to be recorded. All transactions used to produce financial systems, statements. Okay, yeah. So sales amount, what are the costs, how much you have paid, all of that will come under this. Then planning based on planning. Okay, so next was planning, no? So let's go through them also. So planning, what will you plan? Budget production, resources needed, how many number of employees you will need on the basis of the traffic or on the basis of the customers that are expected during a particular season. That is something that you can actually. Then food and drink inventory levels that you can plan out, cleaning products, new bedding. Again, all of this will be based on the amount of traffic that is going to be coming to the hotel. Then planning based on externally accessed information, trends, customer preferences. Like for example, you can understand now when COVID struck, so the planning team would have planned this now that you need to cut down on labor because there will no one be coming to your hotels. And post COVID, then it has been like a revenge travel going on. People are traveling so much, so they would have expanded their facilities. So that is what planning on the basis of externally accessed information, sales forecasting. You can forecast the sales like that. Then comes control. Control weekly, monthly variance reports on occupancy. So as I said, number of beds expected to sell versus how many number of beds or rooms you were able to rent out. Food and drinks, and cost analysis basically. Then customer feedback reports. Like what has been the customer feedback? Are they giving a good feedback or not? So that is a control activity that can be taken on the basis of a hotel's information system. And lastly, we have decision making, pricing based on occupancy demands at weekdays. So, like I was saying, off season, on season pricing of the hotels. Then profitability expansion plans. So, if you feel that the current hotel is giving you good revenue and you want to expand, invest the earnings in another hotel, that is something a decision you can take on the basis of the information system. Then staffing levels, how many staff you need to keep, that is something that you need to decide. And then making changes based on customer feedback. So you can see what is the feedback you're getting under the control part and accordingly decide on what you need to do. Okay, so you can make changes in this. Okay, is it clear? I hope you have understood the answers given here, and of course you also gave a lot of valid points. It's fine. Perfect. So with that, we can wrap up the chapter also. So I'll share across the notes of this particular chapter, chapter number 1. And chapter number 2 will start now, but mostly it will not get over. So those notes will not be shared now. Mostly it will be shared in the next week when we are complete with that chapter. Okay. So the second chapter is information systems and data analytics. Okay, so we learned a lot about information system in the previous chapter. Now we're going to expand our this knowledge into data analytics also. Yeah, Apurva. So we have some time, right? Around 40 minutes we have. So let's utilize it. Okay. So very good slide on this, and it's a commonly asked question also in exam on Anthony's hierarchy. Within and at all levels of the organization, information is continuously flowing back and forth. There are reports which keep on getting presented to the senior management. Then senior management keeps on giving information to the middle and the lower level management. So there is a constant flow of information back and forth being used by people to formulate plans and then take decisions and to draw attention to the need for control action. So we have already talked about this planning, decision making, control, right? So when the plans and decisions don't work as intended, we defined all of these in chapter 1, right? So there's a constant flow of information. So there was this management consultant called Anthony. So he prepared this hierarchy for information. Basically, the bottom level management, they deal with operational or short-term decisions, mostly concerned with routine processing of transactions. Okay, so the people at the lower level management, they deal with operational data. Okay, because they have to take operational decisions like what should be the. Can you give me examples? Can you give me examples of operational decisions which are needed to be taken at the lower levels of management in a company? Safety measures for employees' rights. Good point. Local safety standards that has to be implemented. Then the repair and maintenance. Will the senior management get involved in repair and maintenance of a machinery? No, that's a very lower level management call. So that's one example of a operational decision. Okay. And then mostly it will be routine in nature, because routine, annual maintenance, all of those, that comes under operational management. Then comes the middle level management, and they are involved in medium term planning and management control decisions. Okay. So basically, they are like a middle between the strategic management and the operational management. So they have to think in terms of 3 to 5 years horizon, decisions which will impact us in the next 3 to 5 years. So it could be with respect to the overall structuring of the organization. So I'll tell you an example. Currently, a company has been doing manual processing or manual books closure, and then they want to automate it. Okay. So it's not like the top level management will get involved in this automation. Again, it's not something the lower level management can also do. Automation of the business processes is something which the middle level management can do on the basis of their experiences in the system. So they will try to automate the books closure activity. So that is, and it will impact us in the next few years. And then it will become like a status quo, the automatic books closure. So that is something which is done at a middle level management. Let me see. Effective use of labor training or training for new machine. Yes, training can be provided by the middle level management. In fact, that's actually a little operational only. It will depend which, whether the third party machinery provider is only providing the training or it's like a regular training. So regular training can be done by the tactical or the middle level management. Yes, yes. Operational is like for a day-to-day activity, which is very routine in nature. Every day it's like the same things which are happening. But just think about the example which I gave, like the automation of the books closure process, the accounting entries that have to be passed. If that is automated, that's not something routine in nature. Not everyone is doing it on a daily basis in a company. So it has to be driven by the middle level management because it's not strategic. It's like an internal to the company type of a decision that is made. Okay. Then comes the strategic. One second, I'll read the messages also. Strategic level focuses on long-term success. Yes, absolutely right. Basically denotes how to do, and operational is for day-to-day, right? Apurva says delivering the strategies provided by top to employees, weekly goals and recruitment. Correct. Yeah. Management of labor. So, for example, during big events like on seasonal time, how the inventory will be managed. It's not like a routine thing. Management of inventory during peak season. So that type of a decision will be made by the middle level management or the tactical management. And then finally, we will have this strategic management. Strategic management will be long-term decisions. Basically, one second, Swayam says middle management focuses on the work that strategic level assigns to them, and then they assign to the operational management. It's not about assignment of work only. It's about, see, there is a vision of the company which sits at the top. Okay, that is a vision. And then that vision encompasses a lot of different activities which will have to be taken up. So it's not like just assignment of work, it's like breaking down the work to different teams because there are less people at the top. So they delegate the work of those vision to the different team members at the tactical level, and then they get they will explain what to do to these operational staff. So that is how the information flow or the hierarchy flow happens in an organization. So that's how you should understand. So the company's vision, it gets percolated down the hierarchy through the different activities which are given to them. So I was giving you examples of strategic activities, and I'll give you one. So for example, launch of a new product. or a new service. So let's say, or launch in a new geographical location. It's not something middle level management can also do. It's like a big time thing, no? Like launching a new product range, for example, or you're launching in a foreign country. All of this will be taken by the people sitting at the top. These are strategic long term decision making, which has to happen. Okay. So that is what Anthony's hierarchy suggested. You have important financing decisions like going for an IPO. That is something which the people at the top will be taking as a decision. Correct? So let's read about it. Already we have discussed in length. Now let's just read about this. So first of all, we have strategic planning. So the process of deciding on objectives of the organization, as I said, what is the goal or what is the vision of the company? Okay. So the process of deciding on objectives of the organization changes the resource used to attain these objectives and the policies that are to govern the acquisition, use, and disposition of these resources. Very complicated way to say this, that, the vision of the organization will be set up at the strategic level. What all needs to be done, what all processes need to be done, what all resources will be needed to execute that vision, that is what will be decided at the strategic planning level. Okay. Then comes the management control or the tactical control, that is the middle level management. And here we have it is the process by which the managers assure, okay, that the resources are obtained. So the senior management has decided on the vision and the resources that will be needed. Now, people at the middle level management, they will ensure that those resources are obtained at a feasible value and they are used effectively and efficiently in the accomplishment of the organization's objectives. It is sometimes called tactics or tactical planning. So, what is the role of the middle level management? To ensure that the vision of the senior management, it gets fulfilled, and they will ensure that the resources are obtained and execution is done properly by the operational control. So operational control is the process of ensuring that the specific tasks are carried out effectively and efficiently. Okay. Suppose say, ma'am, need of resources is identified at middle level, or are those availed by the top level management? So the senior level management, so like we were talking about financing. So what will be the finance? So if you are thinking of expanding into a new city or a new country, what will be the finance needed? So the resources gets decided at the top level management only. Then management at the middle level, middle level, they will have to ensure that the resources get obtained. The execution part will be done at the middle level only. Got it, Apurva? So the resource identification, what we need to do, what should be done, that will be done at the strategic, planning level. So Aruna says whether it is budgeting, I'll come to a question later. Aruna says whether it is a top management or middle management level decision may differ from company to company depending on the structure of the organization. Absolutely, yes. I'll tell you what. So different companies. So for example, startup companies, they entrust a lot of authorities and responsibilities to the lowest level of the organization also. But these structured companies, like the HUL or PNGs of the world, ITCs of the world, they will have a very structured organization. So they will have, very limited authority given to the lower level management. So of course, you are right, Aruna, that the level of decision making at each level in the company, it's not fixed somewhere. It will differ from company to company, organization to organization. Absolutely right. So, and the type of freedom that the company wants to give to its employees, that's just completely subjective to that company. Budgeting now, Apurva, it's a big topic that we have in a syllabus also. It's like top-down budgeting also happens, bottoms-up also happens. Like tops-down is basically the top management communicating the budget. They just communicate that this is what is available to you. And bottoms-up budgeting is when the people at the lower level, they say that, we can do just this much. You have to, you have to accordingly decide that what you want to, whatever decisions you want to take. So that is the difference between top-down and bottoms-up decision making. I mean, budgeting. Okay, so strategic planning, it will involve what has to be done, and then how and what, how to do it, all of that, it will be decoded by the middle and the lower level management. Okay, so internal external budget is what? I don't know. I'm not able to understand. Like, what are you trying to say? Internal external budget? Can you elaborate, check what do you mean by internal? There will be budget for department wise internal budget. Yeah. Every department has its own budget, of course. So it's broken down at that level. Yes. That's a separate topic. Let's not mix it over here. So that's budgeting. We have a proper discussion on that later in a very later chapter. So don't worry about that. Okay. So we understood what each level does: strategic, tactical, and operational. So strategic decisions are long-term decisions and are characterized by their wide scope, wide impact, relative uncertainty, and complexity. People at the top, they are taking complex decisions on the basis of the market working out. So, a lot of focus of the senior management is external. They do not look internal much, because internal will be managed by the middle and the operational management. They look much externally. They will look at what the industry is doing, what their competitors are doing. That is something that they really look out for. So there's an external focus or a strategic focus in that. So let's solve this question. Hydra Company is a bicycle retailer that has a significant presence in the south of England. Okay. Each retail outlet has a manager who is responsible for day-to-day operations and is supported by an administrative assistant. All other staff at each location are involved in retailing operations. How would information concerning the development of new services, such as the provision of car parts, be classified? Where will you classify it? Development of new services. Absolutely right. That's strategic information. Let's have a look at the model answer also. No, it's a new service now. Apurva, it's a new service. You're deciding on starting off a new business vertical. That's not something the middle level management would do. It will be a strategic view of the top level management, that where the company is heading into. Okay. So the correct answer is strategic information. Strategic information is required by the management of an organization in order to enable management to take a longer term view. It will be a long term decision. Just imagine you're starting off a new business. So it has a long term view and assess how the business may perform during that period. The length of this longer term view will vary from one organization to another. So as I said, it differs from company to company. What is the time frame of the decision that each level of the hierarchy will take? So, for example, like I said, like the middle level management takes decisions sort of which have an impact of up to 3 to 5 years. Now, in some companies, it could be like 5 to 7 years. Impact is also decided upon by the middle level management. So that is what the point is saying. The length of this longer term view will vary from one organization to another, being very much dependent upon the nature of the business and the ability of those responsible for strategic direction to be able to scan the planning horizon. Strategic information tends to be holistic and summary in nature. A lot of extra things are mentioned here. Just understand that when you are doing a new business, it will have a very long term view. You are getting into a new business, you will have to set it up, the raw materials or the business development part of it, then how, to whom will you sell, how will you sell, all of that comes into the picture, and it will have a longer term vision, right? So that is why the answer is strategic information. Yeah. The next part is information. Now we are going to deep dive into each one of the elements like strategic management, then tactical management, then operational planning, all of that. Now, first, we're talking about information for strategic management accounting, that is for the senior most organization. So, strategic management accounting, it's a form of management accounting in which emphasis is placed on information about factors which are external. As I said, people at the top, they have an external focus, like where the market is heading, where the industry is heading, what the competitors are doing. So their focus is much more external. So the management accounting system that will be there for supporting the people at the top, that will also have to be tweaked like that. Okay, so in which emphasis is placed on information about factors which are external to the organization, as well as non-financial and internally generated information. So it's not like they will not look at internal information, they will also look at internal information, but mostly the focus is external and also non-financial, as to what is the market share maybe, or what is the customer's view of our company. So all of that will be important for the strategic management, right? And the accounting system will have to support it. So strategic management accounting differs from traditional management accounting because it has an external and future orientation, long-term future impact. So that has to be captured in the strategic management accounting systems. So let's talk about the external orientation. External orientation, whom will the company's top management and therefore the accounting system which supports them will look at. Number one, customers, competitors, what the competitors are doing, what the suppliers, whether they are lobbying for increasing the prices. All of this will be dealt by the people at the top. If the suppliers, they form a lobby and they say that, we will increase our price, you have to buy at this price. All of us are selling at this price. So that is something which the leadership team takes, that what is going on in the external markets. And then other stakeholders. So for example, while a traditional management accountant would report on an organization's own revenues, traditionally, that is how the accounting systems are built. You report on your own organization's revenue. But the strategic management accounting, I have personally actually looked at these types of dashboards whereby the volumes which are being done by the competitor is also reported. Because that is how the senior management will look at how we are faring in terms of the entire market. The strategic management would report on market share, volume market share that we have, or trends in market size. Is the market for the product that we are in, is it growing or it is shrinking? So that is something that the strategic management accounting system should support. So share or trends in the market size and growth. So that is what people at the top actually look out for, that what is our place in the market. And how do they find out? They have to see what the competitors are, giving as schemes to the distributor, or what the the competitors are selling and all of that. So that is how it is. The orientation of the systems are like. Okay, any doubts over here? Any doubts? Clear? Okay, perfect. So as I said, one is having an external focus. That you're looking externally, you're looking at the customers, you're looking at the competitors. And then there is also focus on the future, because it will be a long-term decision making and not just like a 3-5 year thing. Long-term purview, like 10 years, 12 years down the line, these decisions will continue to have impact. Okay, so future orientation. Criticism of traditional management accounting is that they are backward looking. Whenever you prepare the balance sheets, the P&L, do you prepare for the future period or you prepare for the year just gone by? That is what traditional management does. It looks back on the year just ended. So a criticism of traditional management accounting is that they are backward looking. It's just on the year that has gone by, it has completed. However, decision making, which is the key job of the people at the top, decision making is a forward and an outward looking process. You're looking at the future. So the strategic management accounting systems now, they will prepare the P&L for the next 5 years, next 7 years, how the business is going to look like. So decision making is a forward and outward looking process. Accounts are based on cost, where decision making is concerned with values. Okay. So that is what the focus of strategic management accounting is, that they are based on future. Okay. Plan the future based on past performance. Yeah, rightly captured. So your accounts will be based on what has happened in the past, what are the costs. However, decision making, if you have to do, you'll have to be concerned about the value that that cost is generating. Very important. Huh? Just look at the statement. What does it say? Accounts. That is the traditional management accounting system. Traditional management accounting system. So, for example, marketing cost. Okay. So, marketing, you have spent, let's say, 1 crore rupees. So, traditional management accounting system, you will, write the expenditure as 1 crore. But in strategic management, it's not a cost of 1 crore. You will look the value that will be generated by spending that 1 crore on marketing. That means how much conversion you will be able to do on the basis of that marketing campaign. That is what the strategic management will look at. They will not look at just, oh my God, 1 crore has been spent on marketing. No. They will look at the value that this 1 crore is generating, maybe like a 3 crore turnover that we can bring by spending 1 crore rupees. That is the future orientation. Okay. So strategic management accountants will use relevant costs, that is incremental costs and opportunity cost for decision making. Clear? So they will just use that what are the incremental costs that are happening because of a particular decision and accordingly act on it. Yes. So what is the ROI? What is the return that we are getting by spending something, let's say 1 crore rupees on marketing? That is what the strategic management will look at. You're right, Shrey. Okay. Then goal congruence. Very, very important role of the strategic management is to ensure that the goals which the different teams in the company or different departments in the company they are pursuing, they should all be congruent. That means they all should have a common direction. It should not be like every team is running in a separate direction, the company will collapse. So goal congruence is achieved when individuals or groups in an organization take actions which are in their self-interest and also in the best interest of the organization as a whole. So the goals of the employees have to be made in such a way that they feel that yes, whatever they are doing is going to help themselves and also in the best interest of the organization. Okay, so it's not just good for our own sake as an employee, but it will also be helpful in the organization. So the goals, when you're framing the goals of your employees, of your subordinates, you have to be careful that those goals are aligned. They have the same tangent as the corporate goals. Because if there is any type of disalignment, the employee is pursuing something else, the organization's goals are something else. So there will be misalignment and it will not yield the expected results. So what is goal congruence? Goal congruence is achieved when individuals or groups in an organization take actions which are in their self-interest and also in the best interest of the organization as a whole. Business strategy involves the activities of many different functions, including marketing, production, and human resource management. The strategic management accounting system will require inputs from many areas of the business. This helps to ensure goal congruence by translating business activities into the common language of finance. Okay, so you have to ensure the people at the top, they are taking decisions such that it ensures goal congruence at all the different departments of the company. Clear? Any point, any discussion that you want to do over here? Is both the points, these few points actually, not both the points, external orientation, future orientation, and goal congruence, is it clear? These are the key roles and responsibilities at the strategic management level. Okay. Now comes the question, what information could strategic management goal congruence, what about it, Shrey? What about goal congruence you want to discuss? Okay. So basically, as I said, company has a vision, and that vision is framed by the people at the top. Now, when these vision, it's a very broad vision that we want to be the leader in the FMCG segment, for example. Now, it's a very broad vision. That's not something which everyone in the organization will understand. People at the middle level management, people at the operational management, they will not understand this broad term that we want to be leaders in the FMCG industry. So what you will do is you will be breaking down the goal specific to the different departments. That the production department has to do this to achieve the ultimate goal of being leaders in the FMCG sector. The production department has to do this, the sales department has to do this, the marketing department has to do this. The vision that everyone should be, trying to achieve has to be common. So all their respective activities are contributing in such a way that the overall vision of the company gets achieved. So that is what goal congruence means. Congruence meaning bringing together. So goal congruence is achieved when individuals or groups in the organization take actions which are in their self-interest. So which the goals should be made in such a way that the achievement of something, they feel that yes, our self-interest has been achieved and also the best interest of the organization has been achieved. Yes, to distribute the work to each department. Absolutely right. The goal should be, the goals of the respective department should be framed in such a way that the goals of the company, the overall goals of the company get accomplished. Got it, Trey? All right, perfect. So that brings us to the next question, and that is, what information could strategic management accounting provide? So bearing in mind the need for goal congruence, external considerations, and future orientation. So these are the three key points that you need to keep in mind while you're, discussing about strategic management accounting, and that is external orientation, future orientation, and goal congruence. These are the three things which are the key agendas which the senior management drives. Okay, that they have to look externally, they have to think about the future, they have to think about congruence of goals in the company. So when they keep this in mind, the following are examples of strategic management accounting information. Okay, what will be the accounting information provided by the accounting systems at the top? Look at this. Competitors' costs. As I told you, even I have worked on reports which tell how much the scheme the competitors are giving to their distributors, like a rebate sort of. So that is competitors' costs. So what are they? How do they compare with us? So if the competitors are giving 100 rupees of scheme per liter, then what are we giving? Are we giving 100 rupees? Are we giving 120? Whatever it is. So what are they? How do they compare with ours? Can we beat them? Are competitors vulnerable because of their cost structure? See, if the competitors, I'll give an example here. So you would have seen that you got a faulty product from Amazon. Okay. So you lodge a complaint with the customer care, and then I'm talking about the earlier days. Earlier days, now they are also become a little stringent. But earlier days, you used to lodge a complaint and then they would refund immediately. Okay. And then at the same time, Flipkart, it followed a little stringent process when processing the refunds, because there are 100 customers, not all of them make genuine claims of faulty products. Some of them are false claims also. In fact, we have seen videos also how customers just play fall. They will exchange the phone that was received under the table. They will do all of these tactics. I've seen those videos coming in from the customers. So we know that yes, some customers are genuinely making a claim for the faulty product that they have received, and some are just playing bogus. So companies follow different policy while processing the refund. Ultimately, it's a cost to them, no? Sellers bear the cost. So when a company is being very lenient, for example, like let's take Amazon for example over there. When they're very quick in processing the refunds, the probability of bogus customers going and making claims over there, it becomes high. So customers, the genuine customers praise that, wow, Amazon is very good at processing the refunds. I got a faulty product, they processed it immediately. But at the same time, there is someone who is taking advantage of this leniency. Correct? So are the competitors, don't you think it is a dent on the P&L of the company? So are the competitors vulnerable? It means that there could be a collapse of the company because they're following very lenient policies because of their cost structure. It was just one practical example that I gave you. There can be n number of examples over here. So, competitive firm is giving bigger discounts. Is it sustainable? Ultimately, giving discount is what? It is a cost to the company's P&L now. You can sell a 1,000 rupee thing at 10 rupees also, but that 990 rupees is sitting in someone's P&L. Is that sustainable in the long run or not? That is something that people at the top actually look at. That what are the competitors' costs? Is it something which is sustainable or not? And that is item number one. Item number two is financial effect of competitive response. How might competitors respond to our strategy? That is also something people at the top react to. When we launch a particular strategy, we launch a campaign, then how is the competitor responding on it? How could their responses affect our sales or margins? So we have planned something, we executed it. Now the competitor is also doing it, or competitor is doing something to counter it. So how will our sales or margins get impacted because of that? That is something which the strategic management accounting system has to provide or support with it. Okay. The number three is product profitability. A firm should not only want to know the profits or losses that are being made by each of the products, but also why one product should be making good profits compared to another equally good product, which might be making a loss. A company is dealing in 4 products, but one of the product is giving good profits, whereas other product is not giving good profits. So that is something which should be known to the senior management so that they can take corrective action on the basis of it. Okay, so I'll give you an example of a hospital. The single room rent and the general ward rent of a hospital bed, it differs a lot. So you know what? Mostly hospitals make a loss if they just look standalone at the general ward department, and if they look at the standard, single room rooms, they make profit only. So that is what product profitability. So these are different products for the hospital if you look at it. Now, people at the top, they will actually look at it. What we can do to make even the general wards department profitable. So that is something the accounting system should provide. Which products are making what profit? What is the margin that each of the product category delivers? That is product profitability. Second is customer profitability. Customer profitability in the sense that, for example, there is a customer which gives 60% of the sales and delivers 20% margin. And then there is another customer which does 10% of the sales, but it gives 40% margin. So, there are some groups of customers that you should look at, okay? And accordingly decide on their future course of action. That means how can you enlarge the sales of the customers who is giving us 40% margin? Maybe with respect to due to their location or due to their bulk order placement. There could be different margins with different customers now. So that is what the people at the top look at. What customers are bringing in. Okay. So, ma'am, just see there are two companies like Puma and Nike. Both are selling their shoes to the market, but the purchasing cost is same. But at another side, the selling cost of Puma is sell then Nike. How the competitors look. Okay. So, what I'm understanding, I'm not very clear. Just correct me if I have understood the query right. That how will we know that the selling cost of the other company is what, right? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. Okay. That's market intel. I'll tell you. Some companies now they have confederations. Some industries whereby all the competitors or all the industry players they participate. Okay, and not like a publicly made information, but off the record exchanges, or some might be publicly available information also. If it's a listed company, then you get a lot of information from their balance sheets and the published accounting statements. So there are a lot of different ways in which you can get the information. It's not impossible. You get through the people on the, on the road. What do I say? People who are down the line now, who are the ultimate sales managers and all, they get visibility of this. What is the competitor doing? Because they are in contact with the customers. Customers tell them, boss, your competitor is giving me this much scheme and you are giving me this. Why don't you give me? So this is what an informal way of getting information. Okay, so this is how the information is transmitted to the senior management. It's from the people at the bottom layer who are in touch with the customers or who are in touch with their marketing points. Because ultimately the vendors and all, they're all linked. They're common. So you get to know all of that information eventually. Got it right? So the competitors, sometimes they share the information willingly and sometimes they get it through the informal means. No one knows the exact P&L of another company unless it is listed. But off the records, a lot of information gets available in the market, and that is what gets fed into the system, ultimately showing to the senior management also. Okay. So there are a lot of other items also. We have discussed these 4 items, which are the items which are looked at by the senior management. We'll cover these all items, around 7-8 items are there in the next class. So what have we covered? That's the strategic management accounting system. What does it look at? It looks at future, it looks at externally, at the competitors, customers and all. What are line items they look at? That is what we are discussing. So we have talked about customer costs, financial effect of competitor response. That means if you take a decision, how will the competitor respond to it? Then third is product profitability, that which product is giving higher profits and what we can do to upgrade the profits in the other products or the less profitable products. And then customer profitability, which group of customer is giving me higher profits and so on and so forth. Okay. And then there are other items also, which we can discuss in the next class. Right? Any doubts in whatever we have discussed so far? All of these slides that we have covered, the Anthony's hierarchy or anything? All set? All clear? Clear, no? Okay then. Perfect. Then let's wrap up the lecture for today, this week, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye and take care. You'll get the notes. Okay. Customer profitability is basically what Suraj is having different. So there are different customers of a company and different customers can deliver you different margins. So if a particular customer is giving you higher orders, bulk orders, so their margins could be higher. So that is what you will look at. And you can understand which customer group gives you higher margin and how you can grow the business, volume discounts or cash discounts. If they are, some customers make very good payments, like within 30 days, they'll clear your dues. So that is what you keep on tracking at a senior level to understand which customer set gives you higher margins. Understood, Suraj? Trey, you will get the notes. It will get uploaded on the drive. Okay, I'll share it with the admin team. They will upload it on the drive. Okay, thank you so much for attending the class so patiently, everyone. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye and take care. Thank you.